as David will be coming close. If the people in the control room do not do that, I will just speak on you at random to give us an a cappella of the anthems. So, okay, let's go together. O Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hands. United, free, for liberty, together we'll always stand. E Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. David, you're welcome to lead us in an opening prayer as we are still standing up.
Good morning. Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for yet another wonderful day. We thank you for this expo that together people from all parts of the world. We thank you for the program that we have today. We commit it to you. We ask, Lord, that you will be with us as we interact with one another, as we listen to each other, and may we all go away with something that we have learned to make this country better. I pray all this in our Lord Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, David. Feel free to seats, ladies and gentlemen. At this moment, I would like to welcome Little Miss Wildlife, Imara Agano Kentimba Kaheru, to come introduce herself and give us a poem before we go to the welcoming remarks. Make her feel so welcome to be in the room here. Yeah. I don't know where you were at her age and what you were doing. But to find that at her age she's here to be giving us this poem, we need to make her feel really welcome. So let's once again welcome her to the stage. Make her feel welcome. And the one behind her is a Miss Tourism. So we are having queens only. That's why my wife is here. So today is the day for queens. So we have two of them here. Very welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And all the delegates from the different countries, you're very welcome. I'm Rukaya Chiai, Miss Tourism Uganda 2023-2024. And I'm also a certified airline cabin crew. And I'm the director, Little Miss Wildlife Uganda. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Queen Ima Akaheru, Little Miss Wildlife, Uganda 2024 to 2025. It is an honor to stand here before you today to speak to my passion. I would like to thank the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities for giving children this great opportunity. The Little Miss Wildlife crown symbolizes advocacy for wildlife conservation, environmental awareness, and a commitment to protecting Uganda's rich biodiversity. Caring for our wild friends, a concept not for children, on adopting an animal for wildlife conservation is one I have developed and will drive. I am here to present a poem about the beauty of the Pearl of Africa. And my Pearl of Africa, so green, with creatures wondrous yet unseen, by many far away it's true, but they are precious, me and you. The elephants, so big and grand, the chimps that chatter hand in hand, the lions so proud, the birds that sing, make my heart happy, make it swing. Please help us keep our wildlife free, for all the world to one day see. Protect the forests, clear and tall, so nature's beauty shelters all. Let's care for them with all our might and keep Uganda's future bright. Uganda is magic, Uganda is joy, Uganda is home. I am nature's queen, Imara Kaheru.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, Uganda is magic, isn't it? Uganda is magic. Uganda is magic. Uganda is beautiful. Every time I travel outside this country, I always appoint myself Uganda's ambassador to that country for those few days. I talk a lot about Uganda. You'll find me having the flag of my country all around me. Recently, I was in Nigeria speaking in a one-week-long business and leadership conference, and because I was having the Ugandan flag everywhere in my presentation, at the end of the conference, people from all over the world were coming to just take selfies with the guy who loves his country, and I loved the moment. Uganda is magic, isn't it? Uganda is magic. That's why Winston Churchill in 1908 said Uganda is truly the Pearl of Africa, from where we derive the name of this event, Pearl of Africa Tourism Expo. Thank you very much, Imara. At this moment, we would like to get to the welcome remarks. The welcome remarks are going to be given to us by our permanent secretary at the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities in Uganda. Since 1991, she has progressed through various administrative and senior management roles in the Ministries of Commerce, Natural Resources, Education, and East African Affairs. And currently, she oversees the ministry's operations and contributes to development and implementation of tourism, wildlife, and antiquities policies. Madame Doreen has built a distinguished career in public service and is known for her leadership skills and team building abilities. In fact, she was awarded the Distinguished Order of the Nile Grand Commander in recognition of her contributions to Uganda's tourism, wildlife sectors by the president of this country. And it is therefore my singular honor to welcome someone that stakeholders in the tourism sector have nicknamed Mama Tourism, Mrs. Doreen Silva Katsime, to give the welcome remarks. Welcome.
Thank you, Samuel, for those very kind words. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very delighted to see a room that is full to the brim. I was a bit worried this morning that yesterday, having been a long day, people wouldn't probably turn up for the conference. And I am not going to make a speech. I know you are worried that civil servants love speeches. The other day I was attending a meeting and they gave us an attendance list. And people started filling the list. So when it came to me, I was surprised that people had not left spaces for the bosses. Those in civil service know what I mean. That does not happen in the private sector. Everybody is the same. But I'm not going to give a speech. I just want to say two things. One, that you are most welcome. Two, to assure you that we have a very good package for you this morning and this afternoon. The panel that is before you here is a great one. I once read a book, I don't know how many of you have read a book titled The Richest Man in Babylon. And one of the lessons I learned in that book was that if you want to learn about trading in gold, you go to people who have done it before, not so? So if you want to be a civil servant, like Samuel was describing me, and serve and grow in the ranks and become a PS, it is okay. So talk to people like me. They will mentor you. If you are a young mother and you think that you need to speak to people who have mothered and been in marriage, you speak to people like us who have been there 40 years and raised the children to adults. And so if you want to talk about investment and you think that you probably don't have that money to invest, you didn't inherit money from your father, from where, then you talk to people like Amos Wekesa. If you want to talk about venture capital, it's also going to be my first time to listen to Christine Miner. Then you listen to people like her. We have a representative of the Secretary of Treasury. Very privileged this morning to have Mr. Nyimo representing. We are always talking about financing the tourism sector. The budget is not adequate. He will tell us what government has in store for us. You're talking to Kano Edith Nakalema, protection for the investment. You can see they're already clapping even before I finish saying your name. For her, she's passionate about everything, whether it's her Christian walk, whether it is the army, whether it is the Pearl of Africa. So we have a very good panel, and I don't want to really take a lot of time to say I am personally looking forward to listening. We have a representative of the Post Bank. Every time we are talking to our private sector, Mr. Lusansa, I got the name wrong, Walusansa. We are always saying, how can we access affordable capital? Now we have someone from a bank that is owned by government of Uganda. Hope you have a package for us. Advise us how we can get affordable capital to grow our businesses. So ladies and gentlemen, POATE, this is our second day today. I think it has grown from being, I think most of us used to think it was an expo for tour operators. But it has grown beyond that. It is a forum for us to share ideas, to learn from each other. It is now a forum for different, it has broadened. We have the creatives, we have the young people, we have workshops, these conferences. So it's not just an expo. It's really a forum for all of us to interact and learn from each other. So I welcome our panelists. I welcome all of you who have come in such big numbers to attend. And I wish all of us a very productive day. Thank you very much.
Was that hand clap for the permanent secretary or for Chairman LC1 somewhere? Let's appreciate her. Yeah, especially when she talks about those who are not privileged to inherit money from their parents. Probably many people have inherited debts instead from their parents. On the burial, you see many people reporting themselves. I am James, in case your father didn't tell you, I'm the one 20 million, he had not paid me, so now you're the son. Inheritance. Indeed, POATE has grown. Yesterday, we were told that we have about 300 exhibitors right outside here this year. And that has been a growth from 200 from last year. This year, we have about 300 exhibitors just outside in the compound. And also, we have about 3,000 delegates from 50 countries participating in POATE 2025. So it's huge, it's massive, and we are glad to be part of history today. Yesterday, the minister told us that POATE is more than an event. He called it Uganda's flagship tourism marketing platform. And he also said it is a vital platform for the formation of cross-border networks. And so at this moment, we are going to receive the opening statement from Dr. Ramadan Gobi, who is the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and at the same time, the Secretary to the Treasury. Now, Ramadan is an accomplished economist and policy analyst who serves as the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance and the Secretary to the Treasury of the Republic of Uganda. Today, he is ably represented by Mr. Joseph Enyimu, who is the Acting Commissioner, Economic Development, Policy and Research Development. Joseph is a development economist with a vast experience in monitoring, analysis and communication of Uganda's economic development policy and its results. His experience spans development planning and finance within the context of national, regional, and international development frameworks, including Uganda's National Development Plan, the African Peer Review Mechanism Program, the Millennium Development Goals, and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Please welcome him as he represents the Permanent Secretary to give an opening statement right now. Round of applause. Welcome, Joseph.
Thank you very much. It's an honor and a delight to join you this morning. PS, Madam Doreen Katusime, Colonel Edith Nakalema, Head State House Investor Protection Unit, distinguished panelists in the room, the private sector leaders and leaders of industry that we have here, and the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. I bring you apologies from Mr. Ramadan Gobi. He's not able to be here with us, though he had planned to do so. He's out of the country on official duties, and he has requested me to represent him, which is an honor. And so I'm very pleased to be able to deliver his remarks this morning in an audience like yourselves. It is a pleasure to address you at this tourism expo under the theme Tourism and Sustainable Transformation. Explore Uganda, an experience of a lifetime. This event underscores our unwavering commitment to positioning Uganda as a premier global destination that leverages its unique natural and cultural heritage for sustainable development. Tourism is a cornerstone for Uganda's economic development, contributing significantly to our GDP, employment, and foreign exchange earnings. As highlighted in our recent engagements with different players in the industry, our collective ambition as a country is to achieve tourism earnings of USD 50 billion by 2040 under the auspices of our tenfold growth strategy. I am pleased to confirm to you this morning that the foundations of that ambition are firmly taking shape, and let me elaborate why I have that conviction. First, we are on track to achieve the projected annual growth of 6.4% for this financial year ending June 2025. In the year ending June 2026 and over the medium term, we are projecting an average annual growth rate of 7%. That is one of the highest on the continent of Africa, and this has been equally confirmed by the International Monetary Fund. Secondly, we are privy to some very exciting news. Last week, the Bureau of Statistics released some results which confirmed that in the last 4 years, growth of the economy has been broad-based, inclusive, pro-poor, transformative, and sustainable. The 2024 household survey results that were released by the Bureau revealed that poverty in Uganda has further declined. The share of the population living below the national poverty line has reduced from 20.3 to 16%, surpassing our national target of 18.5% by 2025. So we have been able to deliver beyond this goal ahead of time, and congratulations to players such as yourself that make jobs available and make incomes readily available in the pockets of the citizens. The same report also revealed that income inequality has also declined significantly over the last 4 years. The Gini coefficient, a statistical measure used to determine the extent of income inequality within a population, has reduced in the case of Uganda to 0.38 from 0.41 in 2020. That means our growth is more equitable and it is pulling out more poor people from poverty. This trend in economic outcomes is music for the tourism industry. It points to growing disposable incomes amongst domestic tourists and an attractive market for foreign direct investment inflows to the hotel and travel industry. Recent related macroeconomic performance indicators are supportive of this expectation. Let me just highlight a few. FDI inflows are projected at USD 3.8 billion for this period 2025, while tourism and remittances receipts are projected at 1.5 billion and 1.4 billion respectively. In the 12 months to March 2025, export receipts from merchandise trade for Uganda increased by 26% to a record high of USD 9.3 billion. As you know, or you may know, the Uganda shilling is now the most stable currency in the whole of Africa. During the past 12 months, our shilling appreciated by 6.1%. A lot of other currencies are struggling to keep up with the changing global financial environment. Inflation is under control. Projected at 3.6 for the year ending June 2025, and Uganda has experienced the second lowest inflation rate in Africa in the past decade. And so this is a conducive environment for players like yourselves. During the next 5 years, that is the period to 2030, it's projected that Uganda's GDP is going to more than double. And we are looking at a GDP now of 158 billion by 2030. That is a very significant market for players in your industry. Taking full advantage of this conducive and supportive macroeconomic environment calls for deliberate focus on increasing visitor numbers into the country, extending their length of stay, enhancing service quality, and branding Uganda as a competitive international destination. Uganda's tourism sector has demonstrated a strong post-COVID-19 recovery, reaffirming its resilience and economic potential. In 2023, the country welcomed approximately 1.27 million international tourists, up from 815,000 in 2022, marking a steady return to pre-pandemic performance levels. This resurgence contributed to foreign exchange earnings of approximately $1 billion in 23-24, up from 0.7 billion in 2022. The sector's contribution to GDP stands at about 6.7, highlighting its significance as a driver of economic growth. Now, there are some key strategic interventions that we have agreed on for the next 15 years under the tenfold growth strategy, which I believe we need to have consensus as stakeholders and players in this space. One is expanding tourism infrastructure, prioritizing the development of key roads, airports, and digital platforms to enhance accessibility. Number two is strengthening marketing and branding, leveraging our Explore Uganda campaign and our missions abroad to promote Uganda as a must-visit destination. Number three, we are focusing on enhancing human capital development, training tourism sector professionals, including guides, hospitality staff, and service providers to meet global standards. We are competing globally, and we have to step up to the global standards. Number four is diversifying tourism offerings to broaden our market appeal. We are developing cultural, adventure, religious, medical tourism, and traditional wildlife experience. Let me just give you a statistic that will point to this. Did you know that 30% of the clients that Uganda Cancer Institute handles are non-Ugandan citizens? We serve the East African region through that center of excellence. So we look forward to more world-class medical facilities that can be a solution to the region while prospering our communities. Number five, we would like to improve connectivity. We're investing in infrastructure such as Uganda Airlines, and the domestic flight networks are being expanded to enhance mobility for international tourists. We're also working on streamlining the visa process, addressing challenges in the online system to make Uganda more accessible while benchmarking against global best practice. And finally, we have mapped out how we are going to be strengthening partnerships using a collaborative approach between government and the private sector. And working with the new leadership at the Ministry of Trade, we are now in advanced stages of upgrading the national export strategy to reflect the level of ambition that we have under the tenfold growth strategy. Our missions abroad are key players in marketing Uganda's tourism as potential, attracting investments and fostering global partnerships. To this end, government has sustained funding for economic and commercial diplomacy. Collectively, in the running financial year and the upcoming one, we will have allocated over Uganda shillings 100 billion for this purpose. And the above investment is in addition to the larger investment that government is directing towards improving the enabling environment for tourism to thrive. In the budget that was recently approved for next year, we have allocated in there over 31 trillion shillings to support the enabling environment. Because as you know, tourism is an experience. And speaking about these enablers, Uganda Airlines recently launched a new route, the Entebbe-London route, as an example of the kind of infrastructure that enables tourism. Other enablers include peace and security, infrastructure, human capital development, systems for quality and standards compliance as we handle international travelers. But also Ugandans merit quality services because we are aspiring for better things. Together, these investments are expected to generate a corresponding return by way of significant increase in inbound flows of tourists and investments, as well as a marked rise in exports to the target regions. Finally, a government's commitment to tourism. We are committed to balancing economic growth with environmental conservation. This includes investing in sustainable tourism models, protecting biodiversity, and engaging local communities in the tourism value chain. You're well aware that HE, the president, is a big champion about preserving our ecology as the supporting system for the life and diversity that we support. And it's important that we respond to his rally call in that respect. Additionally, addressing infrastructure gaps, particularly in roads and utilities around major tourism hubs, remains a priority of government. And you can verify that when you look at where we are deploying our public investment. Government recognizes the vital role of the private sector in advancing tourism development, and we encourage investors and industry players to capitalize on these emerging opportunities in ecotourism, digital tourism platforms, and experiential travel ventures. As we engage in discussions and showcase Uganda's rich tourism potential here, let us reaffirm our commitment to building a globally competitive but also resilient and sustainable tourism industry that offers an experience of a lifetime to every visitor that sets foot here in Uganda. I look forward to fruitful deliberations and partnerships that will drive Uganda's tourism sector forward. I thank you for your very kind attention, and I say this for God and our country. Amen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Enyimu, for this wonderful presentation, this opening statement. Could we once again appreciate him, please, with a round of applause? A lot of insights, a lot of updates, a lot of wisdom to think about, and probably a lot of resolutions to make at a personal level. When he said that the shilling is now big currency on the continent, one of my neighbors said, I didn't ask her what that was about because I was busy thinking about another statement that he had just made, that poverty in Uganda has reduced. So I was wondering whether they were talking about you or your neighbor when they say poverty in Uganda has reduced. Are they talking about you or just your neighbor? That poverty in Uganda has reduced. I hope your pocket agrees. If it doesn't, then you are in the right place, because we are going to be getting a lot of insights into how we can make investments in the tourism industry and the different enabling platforms that have been put in place for us to be profitable players in the industry. Otherwise, when they say poverty in Uganda has reduced and your pocket keeps wondering whether they are talking about you or not, then you know that we have to work much harder. I talked about those people who are always asking, how many months are in January? And you wonder what that question is about. Blessed are those who overspend in December, for they shall see the fire of January. Instead of having more money at the end of the month, you have more month at the end of the money. So ask your neighbor, has poverty reduced in your home or it is your neighbor? Ask your neighbor, please. Where has poverty reduced is? Were you part of this statistic? Oh. Oh, you hear these things from a distance. For God and my country, indeed, the way he ended. So thank you very much for these very important insights. We better take notes, take these things seriously, and see how we can maximize them. So at this moment, we would like to get into our keynote address, and it's going to be focusing on investing in Destination Uganda, the opportunities and challenges in a competitive world. The person who is going to give us the keynote address is a businessman, an entrepreneur, and a corporate executive who employs more than 250 people across his establishments. To many people, his name is a synonym of patriotism, tourism, and marketing Uganda to the world. When you say his name, people remember that. He is the CEO of Great Lakes Safaris and Great Lakes Collection. And when these are mentioned, we remember things like Primate Lodge, Chibade. We remember things like Simba Safari Camp. We remember Budongo Eco Lodge. We remember MV Kazinga. We remember Pella Commodities Limited. We remember Rwenzori Marathon. He is the person behind those brands and names. And he is here today to give us the keynote address on investing in Destination Uganda, to tell us about the different opportunities, the different challenges in a competitive world. He's a committed husband to Ami. He's a passionate father to 3 sporty children. This is the 1973 download from Rwakaka village in eastern Uganda, the epitome of steady investment in tourism. Please join me and welcome our brother, Mr. Amos Masaba Wekesa, to give us the keynote address. Give him a round of applause as he comes to the platform, please. He has been marketing Uganda with a heart, namutima, with a passion. He's a wonderful man. It's a pleasure to have you here, brother. Take it over.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, thank you. It brings tears to my eyes, sorry. Thank you, MC. Sorry, guys, I forgot to put on my suit. But I've tucked in, so that helps. Every time I'm invited to speak in such audiences, every morning I reflect, and sometimes tears come down my eyes. And then I thank God that He's given me a time and a chance to live at such a time. And many of us in the audience may not make sense to you, but I was born in 1973 to extremely very abject, poverty-stricken family. My parents were so poor during Idi Amin's time that if my mother visited, we all waited that she came back, because the garment she covered herself is what we covered ourselves as kids in the night. 1973, an organization called Salvation Army comes to my village to look for the top two poorest families, to take 2 boys. And thank God one of the families was my family. I was in a children's home for 13 years of my life, and I saw many mistakes I've made in life, but I also saw the opportunities God had placed in my way. And there's no better time for me to live than this time. I was born at a time when tourism was dead. Tourism cannot exist in a vacuum. Tourism must only exist in an environment that is secure. From 1971, for so many years, this country had no tourism. And it was one of the challenges for an advocate like me in engaging leadership, because many of the leaders up to today were born in the time, or were young at the time tourism was doing very well. Uganda was the top tourism destination in East and Central Africa until 1971. So it was a tough time. But I'm in a good time. And when they invite me to speak, I also think about how I got a chance to go to school. But in the school, I was an idiot. I failed. And of course, after my A-levels, I started out as a cleaner, earning $10 a month. I became an office messenger, became a tour guide. And thank God, I started my first business 24 years ago. And there's nothing for me to fully claim, but I've been supported by many of you in the rooms, by the country that I live. And I appreciate the fact that I was born in Uganda. Tourism is the fastest growing industry in the whole world. I know many of us may not believe this. I looked at the trends, and according to WTTC and many other sources, tourism is the fastest growing industry in the world. This year, tourism will grow at 6.1%. Of course, the second in growth is airlines, which is going to be growing at 5.3%, which is still a tourism product in my own opinion because it enhances travel. The third is going to be wireless telecoms, like you see Starlink and stuff like that. That's the third. We'll be growing at 5%. The fourth is automobile, which is going to be growing at 4.9%. Interestingly, the fifth is hotels and resorts. That's going to be growing at 4.8%. So if I was you, I would be telling that tourism is actually going to be growing at 6.1% plus 5.3% plus 4.8%. Can we clap for tourism? There are two sources of information that how much money was made in 2024-2025 that will be made. According to World Tourism and Travel Council, tourism earned $9.9 trillion. So my brother from Ministry of Finance, get this, $9.9 trillion that the world is earning from tourism. I know we don't believe it. How many of you know the number one factor for travel in the world? Hands up. The number one factor for travel in the world is weather. According to Visa International research, between 34 to 36% of the people that cross borders cross because they're looking for good weather. And I can tell you that when I get on the plane, like 2 days I'm getting on a plane and I'm going to Estonia, I'm going to Latvia, and I'm going to Lithuania. The two things I'm thinking about and I'm worried about are food. There's no country in the world that you can find a buffet of 25 dishes, all different like Uganda, including the sweetest pineapple in the world. There's no country that has averagely the best weather in the world than Uganda. Only country that can compete with Uganda in terms of weather is Ecuador. And the reason is that while we are crossed by the equator, the lowest point in Uganda is 622 meters high. And the highest point is 5,109. That's Margarita. Margarita, which is the highest point on the continent, on the Rwenzori Ranges. So even where we're seated here, we're above 1,000 meters. So instead of being humid, this is what we're seeing. And for the guests, this is so cold for Uganda today. You know, you've come in a very cold time. And think about it, so beautiful. Now, part of the theme of the conference today is sustainable tourism. Sustainable tourism, of course, focuses on minimizing the negative impact of tourism while maximizing the benefits for the environment and the local community, plus the economy. For years, in my advocacy life, and must say that things are changing today, there was a big pull, a big fight between conservation organizations, NGOs, and business people. The business people thought those in conservation organizations should not exist. The guys in NGOs running conservation-related entities just thought private sector businesses must not exist. And it's good that today we're talking about sustainable tourism, because the two must work in tandem, and it's very, very, very important. The communities around protected areas, the communities around attractions must see the value of the environment in which they live. They must see the value in terms of employment, must see the value in terms of incomes. But the government too, the economy must thrive. The local economy and the national government must thrive on the tourism. One of the reasons why the Ministry of Tourism has not been focusing on tourism for over the years. I have been doing advocacy for tourism for 17 years. In fact, many people sometimes don't know me for the businesses I run. They've known me for advocacy, of pushing the agenda for tourism. I've had lots of arguments with the Minister of Finance. There was a time when I would enter Minister of Finance, and people are like, what the hell has entered in the room, you know? But I must say that things have changed for the good. So we must make sure that the environment itself is protected. And when people don't see alternative value out of a forest, they will cut it down. So the key principles of sustainable tourism, of course, are environmental preservation, social equity. When I talk about social equity, I'm talking about fair incomes to anyone in the chain of tourism. We're talking about economic viability, cultural respect, responsive visitor management, and continuous improvement, of where we stand. For me, as Amos this morning, I want us to know that there's no better time to invest in tourism than this time. And I'm going to give you a few reasons, and some of them have been mentioned. For over 17 years in my advocacy, I never saw it. It took long for even government to accept the word tourism. It was hard to find a speech or to hear any government official mention the word tourism. I remember a few times when I'm in the room and someone giving a talk and sees me in the background, knows, this guy is going to tweet, and he says, yeah, I've mentioned in the speech, but I forgot to talk about tourism. But today, tourism is at the forefront. The government of Uganda has created what they call the ATMs, and in the ATMs, the T stands for tourism. So these are my reasons why I think that it is the best time for anybody to think about investing in tourism. There has been, Mr. Nyimu, improved budgets for tourism, especially for 2025-2026. We had last year 12 embassies given resources to market Uganda. They have just increased them to 24 embassies. Number two, the national carrier is expanding its wings. As Uganda, we never had a single flight out of any European city that was direct. KLM passed through Rwanda, Turkish through Rwanda, Brussels through sometimes Burundi. But for the first time this week, we have seen Uganda Airlines having a direct flight into London that week. When I'm a tourist and I've admired your country, I know that I want to see the gorillas. I want to experience the culture of Ugandans. The two things that will come to my mind will be how easy it is for me to get a visa as number one. Number two, am I going to take so long? Connectivity is key. If I'm going to buy through Dubai and spend 20 hours, the chances will reduce significantly for me coming to your country. Not even only foreigners coming to Uganda. Even you, when you're traveling to the US, you think, what is the fastest time to reach Texas? You know, we think in that direction. How easy is it to get a visa? So that is the kind of thinking that does happen. The other one is that they've just announced new leadership. Madam PS, thank you at the Uganda Tourism Board. We've got a new marketing manager. We've got a new CEO. There's new energy coming into a Uganda Tourism Board. So that also is one of the things that we need to be looking at. There's been a lot of focus, some focus right now in product development that's being done by the Ministry of Tourism. Thank you, PS and your firm and your group, and the Ministry of Finance for trying to enable this. We're seeing the improvement of places like the source of the Nile, we're improving Chikagati, and a few other places. There's lots of interest in expanding the airports and so on and so forth. The other one is that we're seeing quite a few good brands entering into the market. I know a lot of us think that the big boys must die in order for to enter there. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. PS just mentioned a very good statement and said, if you want to prosper, look for those who have prospered. So when you see organizations like Asilia coming to invest in a country like Uganda, it gives lots of hope, especially for those that are looking for a specific level of service. One Nature has been investing in Queen Elizabeth National Park. Wilderness is coming in. Most of the countries that have done better than us have those big brands that actually bring a lot of confidence to the destination. So the other thing that we need to think about are also the challenges that the tourism industry may be facing right now. One of the challenges is a negative travel advisory. As we speak right now, Queen Elizabeth National Park and a lot of Semiliki areas are under scrutiny for negative travel advisories. As a whole country, almost all the 50 European countries have got negative travel advisory on Uganda. And what we should know, that negative travel advisories are actually a trade barrier. Why? If I'm an Englishman, like my brother there, and I want to come to Uganda, I need to have insurance, travel insurance. If your country has a negative travel advisory, I will not come to your country, right? So we need to sort out that, because investment follows opportunities. When numbers increase, more people get opportunities, more join the industry. So Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Finance, we should be engaging all these foreign embassies about the negative travel advisory on Uganda. Visa application. Visa application, we have two challenges. One is that a Ugandan businessman traveling going to outside the country has to go and talk about his clan, his land, his mother, his wife. Then he has to put his passport in an embassy and take over a full month, and that means that during that time he will not be able to travel. I was in Dubai at the Arab travel market. It was such a fantastic show, organized partly by the government of Uganda through the embassy in Dubai. It was such a fantastic fair, but so many Ugandan tour operators did not get a chance to travel because they denied them a visa. And that limits your country from growth. Then there is the visa of people coming into the country. We're having quite a few challenges when it comes to application for people to come to Uganda. When you tell an American, upload a yellow fever card, there are almost no clinics in the US. They will even ask, where on earth do you get a yellow fever card? Are we together? They have no yellow fever there. In fact, it is up to them to have a problem. Allow them come here without a yellow fever card. Number two, the application online is very weak. Let's allow people to arrive at the airport, especially those coming from countries whose visas have been cross-checked. I am going to Latvia, I'm going to Lithuania. But just because I have a 10-year English visa, I have a 1-year Schengen visa, I don't need to apply for a visa to go to Latvia or Schengen. Do the same. They've already done the work for you. So the government of Uganda, don't put obstacles for travel. Fight against those obstacles. One very big challenge for everybody in this room, they may all fear to talk about this. While we have lots of hope, I want you, the media, to convey this message to politicians, both opposition and government. As we're sitting here, we're all worried about elections this year. We're going to lose business. In every 5 years, tourism industry works for 2.5 years. The year before election is dead. the year after election is dead. What the hell? Oh, sorry. What are we looking for? What angers me is that during such a time, Minister of Finance does not tell Uganda Revenue Authority that we should not pay payee. Don't pay corporate tax. They don't say that. They are killing the business, but they want the taxes. So we must understand how the world works. I have just started investing in Tanzania. I've put on the first lodge in Tarangire. I am building 2 lodges right now in Serengeti. I came back from Tanzania on Sunday. I can tell you, no single tour operator in Tanzania is talking about elections. Do you know their problem? We have few cars. We have few hotel rooms. All are booked out. That is their problem. That should be our problem. They have elections this year, but they're not worried about that. We must reach a stage as a country where we handle that. So both opposition and government, you must do what helps the country grow. For the visitors, I think you have come to the most beautiful. How many minutes do I have? Sorry. Okay, 5. I would just like to welcome you to the most beautiful and the most wonderful country in the world. I know many of you fight with me on social media. Some people have started calling me Mr. 2 Seasons, Mr. 165 Lakes. But you know, God, in his own wisdom, placed Uganda between the grasslands of East Africa, which is Kenya and Tanzania, and the tropical rainforests of Congo. I know this may not make sense. What this simply means is that you have wildlife of West Africa and you have wildlife of East Africa. You have over 15, so the West African wildlife is mainly the primates. So you have over 15 primates species found in this country, including the gorillas and the chimpanzees. That's probably what the majority know. But if you went to a place, a national park like Chivale, which is 795 square kilometers, it has 13 different species of primates, where I own the main lodge called Primate Lodge. You can sit on the veranda, and on a good day, you can see 7 different species of primates from your veranda. And sometimes the chimpanzees as well. But you also can see the big 5. Those are the mammals of mainly East Africa. And what makes Uganda unique? In 1998, many of you are very young, I'm 52 years old. I was a tour guide, I was doing Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. One thing that makes Ugandan national parks places very unique, one is that we have lots of natural water, tropical rainforests, and grasslands within a given national park. If you go to Mason Falls National Park, in the morning you'll wake up, do a game drive, and see the mammals. Do a cruise on the Nile in the afternoon. The next morning, go to a tropical rainforest called Budongo and do the chimpanzee trekking. This is something that is rare in many parts of and you can spend 5 days in a national park, do different activities, and have different values every single day. You don't find those kind of experiences elsewhere in the world. Uganda has 11%. Uganda is half size of Kenya, and a quarter size of Tanzania. But we have 11% of the world's species of birds. That is 1,078 different species of birds. That is 50% of Africa's species of birds. Africa has about 2,000 different species of birds. East Africa is about 1,500. So we have about 73% of East Africa's species of birds. And the reason why we have all these different species of birds in the country the size of UK and the size of Oregon is because you have so many different habitats. The mountains, the savanna, the dry areas, the tropical rainforests, the water bodies. And there's no country on the African continent that has as many rivers and lakes than Uganda. Do your mathematics. There's no country with freshwater lakes than Uganda. You have the source to the longest river in the world, the Nile. The English took 200 years looking for the Nile. They would read, in fact, up to today, if you go and start marketing Uganda and tell them the Nile begins from Uganda, people think you're so patriotic and you can lie about your country. But it starts from here. And it starts from the world's largest tropical lake, which is the second freshwater lake, Lake Victoria, that we are on. And the visitors don't leave until you get a boat and go to some of the islands. We have 3 major groups of islands in Uganda on Lake Victoria. The number one, the Sese Islands. They're 84 in number. Number 2, At the Buvuma Islands, there are 53 islands. Then you have other groups of islands called the Kome Islands. Enjoy them. Some of these islands have got primates on them. Sand beaches, opportunities for investment. That's what makes this country extremely very unique. In terms of rooms, investment generally follows business. And business, one of the key factors and one of the opportunities for tourism is investment in the lodging space. And we all know that, we all know why tourism is called everybody's business. Tourism is called everybody's business because tourism supports all other sectors. If you have 3 million tourists coming through Entebbe Airport, the government of Uganda, listen, each tourist will pay $50 for a visa. That is $150 million. You don't need to borrow. On every ticket a tourist pays, there's another $50. That's $150 million again. So before a tourist passes through the airport, $300 million have been earned. Why are we going to borrow every time? Let's invest in the tourism space. When those 3 million tourists arrive the country, each of them, just for example, takes 2 cups of coffee every single day. 3 million, 1 kilo of coffee makes between 120 cups of coffee to 140 cups of coffee. Are we together? If you sold each cup of coffee at $2, 2 cups, an average tourist spends 8 days in the country. That means each tourist will take minimum of 16 cups of coffee while they're in Uganda. Are we together? When you multiply 16 cups of coffee times 3 million is 48 million cups of coffee. If you sold each cup of coffee at $1 or $2, you will have made $240 from a kilo of coffee. We're exporting a kilo of coffee today at $9. Are we smart? Are we together? My brother from England, I'm sure I was in the UK recently. A cup of coffee is £4. In fact, now 6 pounds, a cup of coffee. That means if you're earning 1.5 billion, like today they've said, we earn $1.5 billion from coffee. I read today's statistics. It means we can make over $15 billion from coffee that is being, instead of exporting, but consumed locally. You do the same mathematics for eggs. Each tourist eats 2 eggs every day. Are we together? 2 eggs times 16 days, 16 eggs. Are we together? Times 3 million, 48 million eggs. And an average omelette is 2,000. But a foreigner can pay 20,000 shillings for an omelette. Do you know what mathematics that happens in that period? I don't know, is there anybody from Kenya in the room? Let me tell you one thing. Kenyans can produce enough food for Kenyans. But when the high season begins, they come for our eggs because they have so many tourists. Are we together? They come for our milk because they have so much demand. So we need to learn from them so that we attract those consumers here. Are we together? Investment in hospitality is a fantastic opportunity, but it's market the country. I will talk about this until cows come home, but Bwana MC, let me choose to hold my peace.
Ooh. Ah. Where I come from, they have a very interesting proverb that if your thirst, you know, wanting to drink, if your thirst is not quenched when you are at the well, that type of thirst is as a result of witchcraft. If your thirst is not quenched at the well, that type of thirst is a result of witchcraft. So if your thirst for information about the sector has not been quenched yet after this keynote address, we will see what to do. Friends, can we put our hands together and appreciate our keynote speaker this morning, Amos? Wow. One thing I always appreciate about our keynote speaker everywhere I have experienced him is that he is a man who is very knowledgeable about what he's talking about. And I think that makes a whole world of a difference. And it should be a challenge for all of us. How informed are you about the things you're doing? How informed are you? If you are like me, I am a man of faith. I come from a background where one of the very important guidances we've gotten says that people perish because of lack of knowledge. I came across a very powerful statement by one of those former leaders of the nation of Israel, who was a king called Solomon. He wrote a number of books, like I have written a number of books. And in one of his books called the Book of Proverbs, in the 19th chapter, on the second verse in that book, he says, zeal without knowledge is a bad combination. Can you imagine that kind of a statement? Zeal without knowledge is a very bad combination. Many of us are zealous about doing serious things in this tourism sector, but how informed are we? Once again, appreciate our very informed and knowledgeable keynote speaker for this morning, Amos Masaba Wekesa. I want to believe that you've been taking notes, and we will be having some time much later when we will ask questions and we will be given answers. So take note of whatever you are learning and anything you would like to ask about. At the appropriate time, we will get into that. There are a number of people who joined us during the keynote speech. If you are one of them, we would like to celebrate your arrival. So if you know you came when Amos was speaking, let me request you to just get on your feet, and the rest of us welcome and celebrate those people for coming for POATE 2025. Let me see you on your feet, please, because, we saw you. So just get on your feet. We saw you. So welcome those ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate you. Yeah, you are making the room even much warmer as we enjoy the Power of Africa Tourism Expo 2025. Are you happy to be in this room? Wonderful. So I would like us to take just a little break of about 15 minutes to refresh, to stretch our legs, to let the blood flow, to go for all the durations of course. And then after that, we will come for a high-level, power-packed panel conversation where we have 5 wonderful people. We will be having Colonel Edith Nakalema on the panel. We will be having Mr. Mohammed Sulaiman Akbali from World Bank on the panel. We will be having Madame Christine Maina from the East Africa Venture Capital Association on the panel. We will be having Mr. George Williams Warusansa from Postbank on the panel, and we will also be having Rebecca Nalumu Wamono from Uganda Free Zones and Export Promotions Authority on the panel. And we will be having yours truly, Samuel Bakutana from Inspired Leaders International, as the moderator of the panel. So let's take a quick break of about 15 minutes, and then we come back ready to learn much more as we talk about investment in the tourism sector. See you then. All right.
My name is Colonel Edith Nakarema Asuzwa. I head the State House Investors Protection Unit established by His Excellency Retired General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal is a digital platform that empowers investors to get authentic information, make inquiries, report, verify, and receive feedback. The Electronic Investors Protection Portal serves all existing and prospective investors, both domestic and foreign, as well as the general public, through enabling whistleblowers to report any concerns about investing in Uganda. The electronic portal guides investors with important and necessary information on investing in Uganda. It also offers a quick reporting and enforcement mechanism while ensuring real-time feedback. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal gives you access to authentic information and resources that are designed to help you make informed investment decisions and avoid common pitfalls.
Uganda is a fairy tale. You climb up, and at the end, there is a wonderful new world. The scenery is different. The vegetation is different. The climate is different. And most of all, the people are different from anything elsewhere to be seen in the whole range of Africa. I say, concentrate on Uganda. For magnificence, for variety of form and color, for profusion of brilliant life, bird, insect, reptile, beast, and for vast scale. Uganda is truly the pearl of Africa. Uganda is a fairy tale. You climb up, and at the end, there is a wonderful new world. The scenery is different. The vegetation is different. The climate is different. And most of all, the people are different from anything elsewhere to be seen in the whole range of Africa. I say, concentrate on Uganda. For magnificence, for variety of form and color, for profusion of brilliant life, bird, insect, reptile, beast, and for vast scale. Uganda is truly the pearl of Africa.
A letter from East Africa, 2015. In a small village, perched on Wanale Hill, a boy stands in a banana grove, eyes tracking a drone as it glides low above the trees. It floats towards his uncle, who is waiting at the edge of a dirt trail. He is guiding two tourists to a nearby waterfall, a short and scenic walkway. The guests booked this experience earlier that morning over coffee in Kigali. Tomorrow, they will be in Western Kenya, spending a night at a starlit guest house run by a local family. This is East Africa in 2050, one of the world's most connected and visitor-friendly travel regions. The countries of the East African community, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, the DRC, and South Sudan have worked for decades to build a seamless tourism ecosystem. One visa, one booking platform, a shared story told with one voice. But what truly draws people here isn't just convenience or smart tech. It's the heart of the region. It's people, the warmth, the authenticity, the feeling that you are part of something real. Tourism used to happen to the communities. Now, tourism happens with the communities. In the early 2030s, the region saw a surge in international visitors. It brought opportunity, but also a strain on the ecosystems, on the culture and infrastructure. Communities responded with a shift. The elders, conservationists, and local leaders began convening. Together they asked, how do we protect what matters most? One answer was superseding all: the creation of a green safari badge, a regional sustainability brand. This badge is more than a label. It is a promise that the ecosystem is left undisturbed. On the regional AI travel platform, visitors can filter their experiences by this badge. It assures them that their trip is low impact, locally rooted, and community approved. It also connects them to real-time safety services, healthy alerts, and traveler reviews. In a village near Mountain Elgon, 3 sisters run an eco lodge that carries this badge. In the Mara, a Maasai cooperative offers wildlife walks and storytelling sessions. In the Eastern DRC, visitors can fish with local families and end the day by the fire sharing a meal. Every experience is unique. Every dollar stays close to the ground. Today, young guides across the region speak multiple languages. In digital tourism hubs, now found in every district, they access training, translation tools, and augmented reality applications. They might greet you in Mandarin or explain the Luo legend of Gipir and Labong in Spanish. Some guide you with virtual reality headsets, while others with the stories passed down through generations. It took years of trust building, of meetings under trees, in tents, of coding and dreaming. But now, the system is working. Borders are open, communities are leading, and nature is healing. As the sun sets, Mundu, the local guide, stands beside the rolling waterfall with the 2 guests who have walked the path with him from the village, laughing along the way. One turns to him and asks, "What's your favorite part of this place?" Mundu smiles, listening to the water's rhythm, and responds,
"The sound it makes. If you sit quietly by it, you will hear our past and our future speaking."
Welcome to one of Africa's highest, most remote and unknown mountain ranges, located in Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. The Rwenzori Mountains, also known as the Mountains of the Moon, are stretched over 120 kilometers long and 61 kilometers wide. Come and experience Africa's most beautiful alpine area. With every hour and every altitude gain, the landscapes, colors and views are ever-changing. This UNESCO-protected national park contains unique biodiversity and breathtaking sceneries such as the bamboo zones, mossy heather zone, numerous waterfalls, tropical rainforest, mountain lakes and eternal snow. Culminating at an altitude of 5,109 meters, the Margarita Peak is the highest point in Uganda and the third highest peak of the whole African continent after Kilimanjaro and Mount Kenya. This mystical and demanding mountain range is located on the foothills of Queen Elizabeth National Park, one of Africa's most popular game drives, and a few hundred kilometers from the Bwindi impenetrable forest that inhabits the endangered silverback mountain gorillas. Rwenzori Mountains offers trails for all levels of hikers, which range from 1-day to 10-day trips. The shorter trips are not as physically demanding and still showcase the amazing beauty in the art of nature, including rare vegetation, rivers, and numerous waterfalls. This unique biosphere is a true gem that needs to be preserved not only for the many endemic species it contains, but also for the local community which directly benefits and lives from the mountain's gifts. Be ready for the ultimate trekking experience. Come and discover Rwenzori, the mountains of the moon located in Uganda, the Pearl.
My name is Colonel Edith Nakalema Asuzwa. I head the State House Investors Protection Unit established by His Excellency Retired General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal is a digital platform that empowers investors to get authentic information, make inquiries, report, verify, and receive feedback. The Electronic Investors Protection Portal serves all existing and prospective investors, both domestic and foreign, as well as the general public, through enabling whistleblowers to report any concerns about investing in Uganda. The electronic portal guides investors with important and necessary information on investing in Uganda. It also offers a quick reporting and enforcement mechanism while ensuring real-time feedback. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal gives you access to authentic information and resources that are designed to help you make informed investment decisions and avoid common pitfalls.
Ladies and gentlemen, and first on the panel is the person you've just heard speaking in that video. She is a special presidential advisor on investment protection at State House. She holds a master's degree in security strategy from Makerere University. She also went through the advanced command and staff course in the United Kingdom, Defense Academy, and postgraduate defense studies from King's College London. She has a bachelor's degree in procurement and logistics management from Nkumba University. She served as a senior private secretary to His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief. She was the pioneer head of State House Anti-Corruption Unit, served as a director of finance at SFC and finance officer at former PGB and SFG from 2002 to 2013. And she's here today in that capacity as head of this State House Investor Protection Unit, which she joined ever since May 2023. She is a wife and a mother, and she brings insights into investor protection in Uganda, how we can ensure a safe environment for investment in the country. Please put your hands together and welcome Colonel Edith Nakalema right here to the panel. You're welcome. There is okay. Second on the panel is none other than a senior private sector specialist from the World Bank Uganda Country Office by the names of Mohammed Sulaiman Akbar. Since joining the bank in 2014, Mohammed has led civil lending and advisory projects to improve investment climates, export competitiveness, and agribusiness. Prior to joining the World Bank, he worked for Mercy Corps and Afghanistan Investment Support Agency. In 2013, Asia Society recognized him as one of the Asia 21 young leaders from across the Asia-Pacific regions. Today, he joins the panel to share insights into unlocking the potential of the private sector investment to promote tourism-led economic growth in Uganda. Please welcome with me Mohamed Sulaiman Akbari, right here. Keep clapping until he reaches. Make him feel welcome. Beautiful. So when a private sector investment shakes hand with investor protection, we know that things are getting better. But without venture capital, there will still be a gap. So allow me welcome Madame Christine Maina, who describes herself as God's servant leader, mother, and entrepreneur. She is on a mission to advance private equity and venture capital ecosystem across the East African region and beyond. With a strong foundation in public relations, fundraising, and government relations, Christine works to forge strategic partnerships to shape policy conversations and promote best practices in the industry of private capital. Driven by a passion for empowering entrepreneurs and investors, she strives to promote efficient capital disbursement, facilitate private capital growth, and ultimately contribute to Africa's economic and social development. So she joins the panel today to shed more light on venture capital in tourism, how to unlock investment potential. So please join me and welcome a lady I found to be a simplifier of complex things during my conversation with her last evening, Christine Maina, the CEO of East Africa Venture Capital Association. Also on the panel today is Mr. George Williams Warusansa, who is the head of financial institutions and social services at Post Bank Uganda Limited, which happens to be a government bank. George is a dedicated professional with more than 16 years of business growth through sales, credit, strategy formulation, stakeholder management, customer service, products innovation, marketing, and a number of other areas. He is a graduate of MBA from Uganda Matters University in Nkozi, and he has served before as the branch manager at Standard Chartered Bank, Uganda, and the head of retail banking at I&M Bank. And today, he has amassed a track record of delivering exceptional standards of service and collective business objectives with over 10 years of influential and transformational leadership. He's joining us on the panel to give insights in financing tourism, opportunities and models that are available for investors. Please welcome George Williams to the panel. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we have Madame Rebecca Wamono, who is the Senior Manager, SEZ Operations and Compliance at the Uganda Free Zones and Export Promotions Authority. Rebecca is an economist with over 12 years experience in both private and public sectors in the area of free zones, special economic zones, investment promotion, business facilitation, and aftercare investment support. She holds a bachelor's degree in economics and a master's degree in economic policy management, both from our Makerere University. Previously, she headed the Research, Policy and Planning Department at the Uganda Investment Authority. She also worked as Director Business Development and Investor Support at Uganda Free Zones Authority. And therefore, she built high-level strategic stakeholder relations at different levels of government as she's been doing this work. She's currently the Senior Manager, SEZ Operations at Uganda Free Zones and Export Promotions Authority. Please welcome her and make her feel at home as she joins the panel right now. Rebecca, you're very welcome. And to lead this conversation is none other than yours truly, Samuel A. Bakutana. I am a certified executive coach, an award-winning leadership consultant, a global speaker, and author, the CEO of Inspired Leaders International, which is an international leadership development firm that empowers leaders to transform nations. Married man, beautiful wife seated right here, Charity my watermelon, father of two, Petra and Prosper. Glad to be having the conversation that is just about to happen. Please make this panel feel very welcome right now with a hand clap. Very welcome. Very welcome on the panel, ladies and gentlemen. I am not going to start until I see a smile. I need to be comfortable. Right, that looks better. Let's once again make them feel at home, please. Beautiful. So we would like to have a conversation that will be helping us concerning issues of investing in the tourism industry, the tourism sector. And knowing what I know about the people on the panel, you would rather get your notebook and pen as quickly as possible. Insight after insight after insight after insight. I won't say party after party. Insight after insight. So I would like to begin with you, my brother Mohammed. We had quite a good conversation yesterday in preparation for this conversation, and I would like to hear from you. What's the potential of Uganda as a tourist destination? Kindly give us a brief overview. What is the potential? Yes. Kindly click. And then
okay.
There. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity to be here. I would like to congratulate the organizers for putting together a lot of effort for this wonderful event. A lot has to go to make an event successful like this, so really congratulations on that. And I would also like to congratulate the government of Uganda for the first flight of Uganda Airlines and the leadership of the Uganda Airlines. This is really a good news that had to come this week. So really, congratulations on that. Let me also congratulate the government and in particular the PS for Ministry of Tourism on championing a lot of the reforms and the work that has happened recently under one of the projects, the Competitiveness Enterprise Development Project funded by the World Bank and implemented by the ministry, on a lot of achievements that has happened under that. A lot of reforms when we look into the trainings and skills, when we look into the infrastructure, the policy work, a lot has happened, and that took a lot of energy and a lot of commitment. So I really would like to congratulate the PS and the leadership of the ministry and the government of Uganda in putting all of this together. Now, speaking of Uganda, I think one thing I can say with a lot of confidence is you don't have to sell Uganda. Uganda sells itself. And Uganda has that potential. It offers everything that it's very difficult to find in other places. Mr. Waseka mentioned a lot of the great things that Uganda has to offer to tourism, from savannas to rainforest ecosystem. From in one trip, you can do tracking the gorillas, do the big five, and then end it with the white water river rafting in one trip. And that's not something that a lot of countries offer. When you look into the lakes that you have, not just the freshwater lake, the Victoria, but lakes across the country, there's a huge potential for investment in what the country has to offer. When you look into some of the national parks, like Kadepo, untouched, it can make a wonderful niche market for high-end markets where it has nature at its best, untouched. You can do hot air ballooning there, something that has huge potential to be done, and no country in the region can offer that. So there's a lot of potential that Uganda has as a country. Similarly, when I look into the tourism sector, I think in terms of where the sector has come from, over the past 1 decade, the number of arrivals have increased significantly. The infrastructure has improved. The experience of tourists and the service that is there has improved significantly. And again, thanks to all the reforms that have been put in place for making Uganda there. When you look into the resilience of the tourism industry, COVID unfortunately hit the industry very badly, and of course Uganda was also affected. But now when we look into the numbers have gone to pretty much pre-COVID level, which is another thing that shows the resilience of the tourism sector. But also, it also opened door for other areas like domestic tourism. We see a rise in the domestic tourists year by year after COVID, which is another great thing that the country offers. Now, let me focus on what the discussion of today is, unlocking private sector. When I talk about the potential is not just what the country offers, but also the potential for investment. There's a lot of potential for investment in the country. And of course, we'll get to the discussion on what needs to be done in unlocking that. But what I have to say is the country has a lot to offer, and the timing could not be more right. We all heard the numbers that Mr. Waseka mentioned in terms of the growth of the tourism industry, airlines, hotels, and all of that. And I think the timings could not be more perfect.
Awesome. Thank you very much. That's a good overview of the potential. Yeah. And just for us to know that when you hear somebody talk about domestic tourism, they are talking about you visiting Queen Elizabeth National Park. They are talking about you visiting Kidepo. When they say domestic tourism, they are talking about us visiting our country, going around our country and enjoying it, right? So let me get to you, Christine. You hear this kind of potential that our brother Mohammed is bringing on board. Now, with all this potential, one thing that we are observing is that most venture capital investors, they are going so much more into tech. They put money into technology. They keep moving away from tourism. Why is it that most venture capitalists keep, for lack of a better word, underlooking tourism, in your view? You can click in the middle. Right.
First of all, I'd like to thank the Ministry of Tourism for the invite to speak at this event. I did forego another Pan-African event because I never miss a chance to spotlight East Africa. And I'm very grateful to be here. And quickly, let me just introduce East Africa Venture Capital so that I give context to my discussion. The East Africa Venture Capital Association, which is not a venture capital association, but a private capital association, was founded 11 years ago in 2013 by 7 founding members, now has grown to 104 members. We have our headquarters in Kenya, and we have an office in Uganda with activities in Tanzania, Ethiopia, and Rwanda. Our membership handles our membership has over $3 billion assets under management across East Africa and Africa. So maybe to just mention private equity to simplify this so that when I'm discussing how business is done in this sector. Yeah, so typically, and this could be the mistake because private equity buys mature businesses. So they grow businesses and sell them, what you call exits. Venture capital are more attracted to, businesses that scale quite quickly. And that is why they lean more towards tech, because you can scale tech, between countries and much faster than a traditional business. Also, venture capital avoids businesses that are very capital intensive, where you have to construct a hotel, you have to set up a manufacturing farm. That's pretty much a private equity kind of business. Private equity invests between $2 million to $10 million, well and above, but venture capital ranges between $100,000 to $2 million investments. Now you notice that for the smaller businesses, you're in the venture capital space, because probably your business is not above $2 million, so that somehow already kicks you out. But we already are discussing how that gap can be filled so that more SMEs can receive funding, whether it's through debt or mezzanine, which is equity and debt. And with that, I will avoid any more complicated terms. And just And with that explanation, that explains why, of course, venture capital does not lean more towards tourism unless it's a tech solution. So you see that if it's a tech solution that provides maybe B2B platforms for travel, whether it's fintech solutions within tourism, then that's a space for venture capital. So what we see is just a mismatch between businesses and investors. Once you know the sector you're in, then you know the right investor to approach. And I think we've also been highlighting this kind of opportunities for our own investors. Like I said, try to fill that gap below the 2 million ticket sizes, so that we have also sort of private equity players who are able to fund those businesses, and probably even just through debt facilities. So it's not that maybe venture capital avoids tourism and manufacturing and agriculture and the rest, is that their model doesn't work for that. So their model really just works for tech and businesses that scale very quickly.
Okay, so it's about the figures. So we just have to know our bread, depending on what we are doing with our businesses, and know that this is ours, this is not ours.
It's really about matchmaking, which IAVCA does very well, by the way. So we do have, and by the way, we have another category called angel investors.
Yes.
Angel investors are investors who invest very smaller ticket sizes to smaller businesses, micro and small enterprises. Yeah. So we did launch an angel investor program at the IAVCA with the British Commission, and this program, what we found was that we are not being able, we have so many terms for all these investors, but angel investor, when you actually think about it, is typically your uncle, your auntie who gives you money to start a business. They are your angel investor. So they are high net worth individuals, high net worth to you because they have the money you do not have. And then you draw up a business plan, and that's how Africa works. When I started my first small business when I was 21, I really just went to family members, drew up a small business plan, was able to do a few math that this is how you're going to make your money back, because the bank could not accept, I do not have any assets for the bank. And so angel investing typically works for our African market. So what we're trying to find is investment solutions and model that match our African problems and challenges. And as IAVCA, that is what we are working on.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you very much. You were lucky your family members had the money to lend you.
It was not a lot.
Whether big or small, you need to thank God. Some people here, instead their family members come to them to look for money that they also don't have. Something called black tax. So that takes me to you, kind of Edith Nakalema. When you hear this that is being spoken about, what kind of environment, in your view, do we need, therefore, to put in place in order to boost investment in tourism? What kind of environment do we need to put in place?
Thank you very much for the way you are moderating. You're inspiring us to even promise everything that we have not yet done. After here we shall do. So, because you're telling us ahead what we should have done much earlier. But permit me to first of all thank the leadership of the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities. Of course, here with us is a very senior specialist, a great mother, an award winner, or an award still winning, Permanent Secretary, Madame Doreen Katusime. Mama Tourism. Know that we honor you because you have really, really improved the ministry's competencies in everything. The way this conference is organized, it is high level, and we are grateful as Ugandans. Looking at the audience here, permit me to comment that I am personally delighted because majority in our audience are youth who are potential investors in everything. They are innovators. Yes. So I'm going to speak from my heart. Actually, I had a lot of notes, but looking at, when I entered here, I started changing everything. I've been writing and rewriting because I am here to assure you, first of all, as a security officer, an active soldier of the Uganda People's Defense Forces, but a soldier in the Army of the Lord also. A mother, yes, I know that with God everything is possible. And you know our country, for God and my country. So on behalf of the State House Investors Protection Unit, our focus, our mandate, and our task that were given by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. See me, I stand as a soldier, I stand as a Christian, I stand as a mother, but importantly as a Ugandan who loves her country. Our mission is to ensure a thriving investment climate in Uganda. That is our mission, and on a daily, we try our best to ensure that every investor, domestic and foreign, any investor, and permit me to say that every tourist, everyone that has interest in tourism, it is our duty to ensure that every tourist turns into an investor, because you have already invested in coming to see, or you're already admiring the country that has all the potential to be first class in everything we are doing. So we want everyone that has visited Uganda, by the time you go back home, know that Uganda is the best investment destination on the continent. That one I speak with all confidence, because the last 2 consecutive years, 2023 and 2024, the annual meeting, what is it, in the United Arab Emirates, they declared Uganda the best investment destination on the continent. And yes, that is the annual investment meeting in UAE. Yes. So you are in the right place. You are in the best investment destination. Oxford Economics declared Uganda third on the third place in the world that is very profitable and rewarding. That is Uganda. So for us at the State House Investors Protection Unit, we have, guided by the President, we are leveraging technology to ensure that all delays that are caused by human interests are eliminated, so that every agency in the government is working together to ensure that investors are protected, tourists are guided very well, and I want to show you, when you give me permission in 5 minutes, I want to show you Uganda's Electronic Investors Protection Portal, which already won a special award from Africa Association of Public and Administration and Management just last year. So we are doing our best to ensure that investors are protected, tourists turn into investors, and the youth innovate much more to ensure that Uganda turns into a first-class country in a few years to come.
Awesome. My children are lucky. They will find it happening. I hope I will still be around. Indeed, what I'm hearing, therefore, is that the environment you're looking at creating is where the citizens of the country are able to build their businesses and invest in the tourism sector, where the investors can find protection and where the systems can be smooth as work is being done.
Yes, allow me to talk about the security when we talk about the protection of investors. Yes. You see, the best security one gives any human being is empowering them economically. Mm-hmm. So our leaders, Uganda's leaders, have strategized to ensure that every Ugandan has something to do. That's why there is the program that His Excellency is now checking on, because it has been ongoing, the parish development model. We are not talking of the investors that are already very successful. Those ones need us to protect them as the investors, but also importantly to them, to the many investors, the resources they invested from those that have not yet invested. So we ensure that the wrong elements are eliminated. So security.
How?
By leveraging technology. Right. So I want us to look at Uganda's Electronic Investors Protection Portal as a gateway to eliminate the so-called middlemen, middle women, these ones that will exploit the the human interaction to ask for bribes, to delay processes. So we are eliminating the wrong elements by ensuring that any investor, any citizen, any person that is interested in Uganda, a tourist, just goes on their telephone, Can I see the electronic portal? All right. Because I wanted, all right. I wanted to show the protection from the wrong elements. You just get all services online and all agencies together.
You can be sure we are going to get to it, so get ready. We will see it at just a later time. So I would like to get to you, Mr. Mohammed. You hear what we are talking about, the environment here that is being created, especially by the unit at State House. You are widely traveled. You've been in the Middle East, you've been in East Africa, and many other places. I would like you to zero in to the East African region and help us very briefly to make a comparison. When you look at Uganda, where does Uganda stand compared to her peers, especially in the East African market?
Thank you very much. I think we discussed a lot about the potential that Uganda has as a destination market and what it can offer. But when you look into, the best way to look into is numbers. And the speakers before us threw out a lot of numbers, which basically the starting point of policy and planning. Now, we looked into the numbers of Uganda to understand who are they.
Okay, so the arrivals.
The arrivals.
Yes.
And when you look into the arrivals, and thankfully the numbers have gone up, but 90% of the tourists that arrive in Uganda are from the continent. Only 10% come from Europe or US or other high-end markets. Why is this important? Because one of the key objectives of the government of Uganda is to ensure that tourists stay longer and spend more. Exactly. Because that expenditure has multiplier effect on the economy. So now the question is, how are the others doing? When you look into the numbers for Kenya, for instance, it's about 44% that come from countries outside the continent and more from the high-end markets. 44%
outside from the continent going to Kenya. In comparison, Uganda, you said it is 10%.
10%. Okay. When you look into Tanzania, that number goes to about over 70% that come from the high-end markets. So that also tells you the potential.
Just a moment, let's go together here. We want to pick this. So when you say higher markets, are you talking about the non-African arrivals?
I'm talking about the tourists coming from Europe, from US, even places like UAE. Okay. These are the high-end markets because the understanding is in terms of the expenditure that these tourists make is more than, let's say, the countries in the region travel to Uganda.
Okay, so Uganda, 10%, Kenya, 34%.
44%.
44%.
And Tanzania, 70%. Correct. Now, the other thing, when you look into how many people actually, out of the arrivals, they select Uganda as a destination for holiday. That, again, is a percentage that really is something that we have to look closely at. Only a very small percentage. Of numbers, I think in the last year, 200,000 of the people who came clicked as, Uganda, they're traveling to Uganda for a holiday. Others more for family and other purposes. Now, there might be data discrepancies, and this is something that, of course, a lot has been invested in and more can be invested in. But also, that also tells you a story, because when we look into Kenya, about 1 million people travel to Kenya and they click on, they're going for holidays.
1 million.
1 million.
And here we had said about 200,000.
About 200,000. When you look into Tanzania, it's about 1.3 million. So this is what the numbers are telling us, that, the potential, again, this is a concern, but also a potential that the country can do more. I'll also give you one more information. I mean, there was a study that looked into the online platforms and searches. And what is unfortunate when you see into the holiday searches, Uganda doesn't show up much in the top 5 of the countries where people go for holidays. That's another potential to place Uganda where it belongs. And that a lot has to go there. So basically, this kind of is a summary of the comparison that we have between what Uganda has received. And of course, the same applies to investments of private sector, which I would like to come when the moment is right on what can be done and what is the status quo.
That's very helpful. Isn't that very helpful information? Yes, it is. Very helpful. I was getting tempted to ask also comparison for DRC and South Sudan, but I want to get there. I just want to go back to Christine. Don't mind George and Rebecca will soon come. Christine, now when you hear this, it shows us that we need more capital to invest heavily in the tourism sector so that we can also be able to attract these kinds of numbers. But now, as the people in here are trying to look for investors to give them capital, I would like you to shed a light briefly. For the investors, for them, what are they looking for before they can give out their money?
Okay, thank you. So I'll just build on what I had said. So we've already categorized what PE looks for, at least mature businesses. Then they buy them and grow them.
You mean in terms of?
High potential, rather. So the business can already show returns, but they want to grow to a certain extent. Maybe they want to scale to another country or just grow to other regions, but the business can already show and demonstrate returns. And also like venture, at least for venture capital, they have a higher risk appetite for high scalable businesses, but mostly in tech. But what I'm going to say is, I know Mohammed said that Uganda sells itself. And I'm here as a Kenyan, but wearing my East African hat, and positioning Uganda for investment, specifically for private capital. And we've been doing
Uganda to
more capital into the whichever country wins for us, it's a win because we are East Africa. We don't see boundaries. Absolutely. Yes. So so for you're asking what are investors looking for? Number one, what I'd say is that for any business really to attract capital, because capital is attracted to opportunity. But if you do not show the visibility, if there's no visibility of that opportunity, then the capital is not going to come. What we might need for Uganda is more visibility. So we have all these great things we're discussing here in this room, and I know we had that there's representation from 50 countries, and I may not know the work that's going into just making sure that this sector is visible, but because we have young people in the room, and the young people are the highest target for venture capital, kind of investment, because they are innovative and they have all these ideas that attract venture capitalists. What I'd say is, within the country, if we grow the domestic tourism within the country, make it affordable. I don't know if our keynote speaker is around and tell us whether his hotels are affordable for the youth that we are seeing in this room, or if the target is for the, what did we call them, first-class markets. Yes. If these services within this sector are affordable for the youth in the room, I can tell you, because of social media, these will be the ones who will market the country. They will use tools that go beyond Uganda and are affordable. They are affordable. You won't need to have to sponsor, whatever out there. You will specifically just make sure you entice the youth, make sure that they are, they get to visit some of these places that maybe they're just hearing about today, because then that goes far and wide. And once the outside world sees the beauty of Uganda, because nobody else will showcase it more than the Ugandans, right? Of course. Nobody else will do a better job. If that's able to go out there and then investors pick it up, everybody, tourists pick it up, and then you grow the market and you grow the capital. So I think it's just a matter of visibility. And I'm hoping that after this conference, we're able to have a way forward on how do we make Uganda visible. We're doing a lot of work in making sure there's a good business environment. Recently, there was a partnership agreement that was passed, and we launched that in collaboration with CMA Uganda and the URA. And there's a lot of work that the government has already put in to make sure that the regulation is more predictable and there's a good environment. But we need to make Uganda visible.
Visibility, and especially youth-focused visibility, especially because of what the youth are already doing. The youth are already on Facebook, talking, they are already on X, Twitter, talking, they are already on Instagram, on Netlog, on Tour, on LinkedIn, WordPress, Blogspot, mention all of them. TikTok, how could I not say TikTok? So that means I hear you, and I hope that people in the room that are really doing this work, you know, the trenches are taking note of this kind of a thing. It's a big thing when we talk about youth-focused visibility effort. Because let's face it, at a certain age, you don't do much on your phone, you don't do much on the laptop, you no longer see that as a priority. When you talk of visibility, you only remember a TV advert, right? But the majority of the room, we better focus on them. TS, that's a huge thing. That's why I'm saying a lot about it. It's a huge thing, and all other players. We need to find a way to make these places affordable for the majority. What's the percentage of people in Uganda who are 35 years and below? Around 75, 76, 77. So that's a huge low-hanging fruit. And that brings me back, therefore, to the investor protection. Now, when you look at what she has just talked about, we need to find a way how, and you mentioned it a few minutes ago, we need to find a way how we can turn every tourist into an investor in one way or another, whether it is at the lowest level, middle, or top, high-end kind of tourists. What do we need to do? Briefly, what do we need to do to turn tourists into investors in the next few months and years?
Number one, it is we are here, and I stand on behalf of security forces to assure every visitor in this country, because the citizens are already aware that Uganda is the safest place to be. We are all safe and secure, so we want to assure everyone we are doing this. We are going to promote investment to turn every tourist into an investor by assuring them what we are doing to ensure that we sustain our security that is from the farthest corner of this country to the nearest. So the place is secure. Security. Yes, the security is assured. Number two, we have every natural resource. And we protect them all, because we have, in our security, we focus on the 7 dimensions of security. It's no longer about the protection with a gun. It is about security, or economic security, food security, health security, environmental security, personal security, that one starts with you as an individual, because security is about everyone knowing that you have a responsibility to take good care of yourself and protect. We are each other's keeper. So we are focusing on those. Then there's community security, and the final is always political security. So there is political stability. So the 7 dimensions, as were declared by the Human Development Report in 1994, in Uganda we are safe on that. The 7 dimensions are all round, well done here. The food security is assured, and good food, organic, and proved worldwide that Uganda has the best organic food. When I was at the UK Defence Academy, and we were showcasing our countries, Uganda won the show because of our food. We have fruits that are not common in other countries, like jackfruit, like our apple banana, these small bananas. So we are safe with security in 7 dimensions.
I thought you were also going to say that when you were there, that course, you also became generous enough to treat all the graduates to a lunch on graduation.
I did. Oh yes, I did. I hosted. I hosted.
Out there, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and for me, I celebrate that. This business of only thinking that the generous people are people from somewhere else. We are also generous.
Yes, Uganda, because I was representing the Uganda People's Defense Forces, we hosted 58 countries at the UK Defense Academy, and again, we won the show, but also, it was in that year, 2018, when the UK government added Uganda on the list of the countries their defense academies visit, because they used to only go to Kenya, Egypt, and South Africa. So they added Uganda, and every year we have them here as tourists, and they have turned into big investors.
Awesome.
So we start doing that.
Is that we can have all these other different things we could do to
Yes.
turn our tourists into investors, but the overarching thing is the multidimensional security in different forms, which is very powerful indeed.
Your love as Ugandans, you know, Ugandans are it is also proved that we are the most hospitable people. But yesterday I was looking at the beautiful ladies and young boys at the stage. I can assure you, many tourists are going to invest in Uganda to continue enjoying the beauty. So most welcome, all of you. But you must invest for you to earn and take what you want.
You are reminding me of a certain beauty pageant in this country some years ago. Yeah, I will not mention it.
The other assurance is, and maybe final for this.
Yes, final.
Again, I talked about political stability, but we also have very favorable policy regime, which is Uganda is a free market economy. So how you plan for your business, demand determines supply here. So again, the best place to invest in. We have moderately cheap educated labor compared to other countries. We also have the rule of law.
Cheap educated, it is also cheaply remunerated?
No, it shouldn't be like that. It is because we have many Ugandans that are well educated and don't want to suffer from the capital. We don't want to continue suffering from capital fright. So we are encouraging our children to remain here and moderately, not to say that they are paid, they should continue to be paid cheaply, but our labor here, our educated labor here is cheaper compared to other countries like in Europe and the USA. That is for sure.
All right. For the sake of time, I would like to move on. Before I come to Rebecca to tell us about the enabling frameworks, I would like you to chip in briefly, Mohammed, about which specific challenges now is the private sector in tourism facing?
Okay, thank you very much. Let me start by saying who's the private sector.
Who is the private
sector? Who is the private sector? This is important. Why? Because the private sector can be, the investors who invest in big lodges and airlines and these big facilities. But private sector can also be, let's say, one person who drives his own car and takes tourists around. And this is something extremely important because when we talk about, let's say, the tourism value chain, oftentimes these are smaller and micro-sized enterprises or private sectors often overlooked. And yet, when you look into the number of jobs that they create and the kind of revenue that they bring in, it's big. Yeah. So that is an important definition of who the private sector is. Second, why is private sector important? I believe private sector is the industry. When we talk about tourism industry, it's private sector. What is important is the government's role as enabler and as a regulator. Okay. The understanding of private sector is really important because they go hand in hand. When we talk about countries that have done it right, it's always a strong and balanced relationship because private sector cannot exist without the government providing utilities, protection, and also the government tourism industry cannot grow much without the capital that the private sector brings in. So this goes hands in hand with what? Then it comes to about investment promotion. Many years ago, I was an investment promotion agency. And oftentimes we would go and say what the country can offer, what the government can offer. But I believe the best way to promote investment is to protect your investors. Because then they promote your investment.
The best way to promote your investments is to protect
the investors. Because the investors who have invested in the country, they will become the agents to promote your investment opportunities. If I, as an outsider, see that there's potential, but there's also a fair treatment of the private sector, then I bring in my capital and invest in the country. Okay. So one of the things, and there are many surveys, and we have recently spoken to some operators to understand really what are the challenges that, and I'm not going to name them all, just a few top ones. First of all, the environment of uncertainty. Because the environment of uncertainty. Uncertainty that needs to be turned into more certainty. What I mean by this is, you see, investment in tourism oftentimes requires, capital, and it can be capital intensive. The nature of the tourism industry is such that it's also very seasonal. Sometimes you really have cash flow issues, so you really have to sustain. So therefore, the investors look into the long term, and they should be able to see the long term. They can look into the long term when the environment of the elements of security, and as mentioned very in pretty much detail, security does not necessarily mean physical security. It is security of your capital, your labor, and everything that comes. So that is one key area that comes up. Second, there are things that can be done in terms of investments in infrastructure, but I believe there are investments that do not require necessarily funding. Yes. All it requires is just a stroke of a pen. What I mean by that is like making a signature or lack of it, for that matter. What I mean is really how can the environment improve, the business enabling environment, how can the processes to get a license, a permit, be enhanced and improved and streamlined. Yeah. We should ask how many types of licenses are there, how many types of permits are there, how easy or difficult it is to acquire them. And the answer is there.
You mean acquiring them before one makes
before operating, during operating, yes. How do you pay taxes? Is it easy to pay taxes? Is it difficult? How much do you pay taxes?
Get a trade license.
Thank you. So all of this comes to very simple things, but basically comes to decisions to really facilitate investment. So that's two.
So in other words, the first one, if I'm getting you right, is the issue of uncertainty, especially the long term, the strategic outlook, but also secondly, are the processes and the systems, especially concerning permits and licenses.
Correct. And the third one is the cost of capital.
The cost of capital.
Which has its own issues. How can capital be mobilized for private sector to invest in the tourism sector? So the cost of capital in Uganda is extremely high. And this is where, creative ways of providing that capital that appeals to the context is extremely important. And that's why it has to be contextualized and do what works best for Uganda.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. And that now takes me, feel free to clap, feel free to clap. You won't be charged for clapping. So this takes me now to you, Rebecca, from Uganda Free Zones and Export Promotion Authority. You've had this kind of a conversation. I let them first give this conversation so that when I come to the free zones and the post bank, you realize what you are dealing with. And now, as the Free Zones and Export Promotion Authority, there are some frameworks that you've put in place to enable the investors in the country, especially concerning the socio-economic zones. Would you kindly speak into that?
Thank you very much. And I join the rest of the panelists to thank the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities for giving us this opportunity to share the policy, legal and regulatory framework for free zones and also special economic zones. I come from an institution which has newly been birthed in terms of the legal framework. It's the Uganda Free Zones and Export Promotions Authority. It's a creation where we manage free zones or special economic zones in Uganda and also export, all export-related activities, including services or tourism.
Now, Rebecca, sorry to cut you short. I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of some people in the room.
Yes.
Could you first of all explain what you mean by free zones? Are these places where people go to get free money? So just You simply never know. First clarify that,
Yes.
then continue to share those enabling frameworks for the
Okay.
socio-economic free zones you've created.
Okay, maybe let me just give just a few highlights about the institution. The Free Zones and Export Promotions Authority has the mandate of development, of establishment, of management, of zones or special economic zones, and also coordinating export, like I said. So what is a free zone or what is a special economic zone? When I say a free zone, it's simply a designated area or a gazetted area in Uganda.
Geographical area.
Yes. Sometimes we say delimited area. Basically, it's an area of land which has been gazetted by law, and it allows a developer or companies operating in that area to benefit from import duty free. You import all your goods, if they're goods related and you're constructing, duty free, so you don't pay import duty related expenses. Yes, and you also don't pay taxes. So the scheme is in such a way that the companies that are operating in that area are undertaking value addition related activities or services so to export. So it's an outward-looking scheme. So when I say free zones or when I say special economic zones, the current legal and regulatory framework is anchored in the East African Community Customs Union Protocol. So when I say free zones here, I can speak to the same free zones in terms of the legal environment in Kenya, in Tanzania, or anywhere else. And the policy is harmonized. It's a harmonized policy. Yes, across the entire East African community. And if you look at the East African Community Customs Management Act, it speaks to these schemes. And why do we bring in customs? Again, because you're importing duty-free. So to enable you import duty-free, the tool that you need is customs through systems to enable you to import duty-free. So if I speak to the enabling legal environment, we, in 2023, under the East African Community, a policy called the Special Economic Zone Policy was adopted by the Council of Ministers. And relatedly, a regulation was passed, the Special Economic Zone Regulations, which birthed two types of schemes which speak to tourism. The first one is the Tourism and Recreation Zone. And that basically means that it allows the private sector under a regulation, under a license which is issued by the Free Zone and Export Promotion Authority, to build a multi-sectoral zone. So the legal framework, what I'm trying to communicate is now the legal environment is there. You can set up a tourism and recreation center or zone within Uganda. So the policy is there, the regulations are there. So if you want to construct one, you can set it up. And it basically means if you set up a tourism and a recreation zone, you can have a multimodal kind of development. You can plan the area as a developer to have, say, hotel and accommodation facilities. Then you can even marry it with other industries if you want. Maybe agri-tourism related industries within that same location. You can have commercial centers. You don't have to develop and operate. You can plan the zone as a company and attract companies, other companies that may be doing tourism-related business or agro-related business in that area. And then we shall license them, but they benefit from import duty exemptions and other related taxes. Okay. Relatedly, within that same policy, you can also set up what we call convention and conference zone facilities. So I'm trying to say that the legal framework is there, the policy framework is there, And under the Free Zones Authority, you can get a license and benefit from these exemptions.
Okay, awesome. Let me ask, if you knew this information about the free zones, about the availability of that legal framework, about the possibility of you setting up what she has just talked about, if you knew this information, kindly raise your hand. I'm driving a certain point home. Raise your hand. Okay. And so I would like to ask you, Rebecca, why is this information not in the public domain?
That's a very good statement, and we use avenues such as this to tell potential investors out there, including Ugandans out there, that this opportunity exists. But of course, we've been working through the media and where we've been sharing this information. We've been working with private sector associations, but according to the question here, it means we need to do more. So I would like to request everybody here that please be our ambassador. We are located on Communication House 6. We are also located at the UEDCL Towers. You can come and benefit from this new opportunity where you operate without paying duty. But why do we allow you to do that? So that you can provide services for export, so that you can contribute to employment, so that you can increase foreign exchange earnings and other spillover benefits that come from the tourism industry.
Awesome. So it must be when you're doing things for export, not in here. No opportunities for those who are not exporting something.
Well, I would say that, of course, we know that tourism as an industry is it's an invisible export. Mm-hmm. So you might do services or provide agri-tourism related products where you want to sell on the local market. Yes. The implication is when you sell on the local market, you have imported into the territory of Uganda. So it means you pay taxes because all related products or services within a gazetted free zone or special economic zone are considered foreign. Okay. But when you export, then you pay taxes. So we want you to look outside.
Okay.
Yes.
So when we are selling to each other, we pay for it.
Yes.
When we are selling to other people, we don't pay for it.
Yes.
So could that be indirectly be demoralizing internal business concerning intra-country business boost, because there are no incentives and good opportunities for those who are simply building the industry in order to sell to themselves within, for example, domestic tourism. So it is only to encourage those who are going out. I don't know how many in the room could be doing the exportation. How is this? I'm trying, Rebecca, I'm looking for the relevance of this thing to the majority of the people in this room.
Okay. I'll give an example. When an area is gazetted as a special economic zone, maybe a tourism zone, we are operating in such a way that we build clusters, SME clusters, to position them to supply goods and services into the free zone or special economic zone or tourism zone. So when you put up, say, a huge, maybe a high-end hotel and aqua facility, you make sure that the suppliers goods and services from industry around the zone. Yes. So we promote backward linkages. We promote those backward linkages. It can be food. It can be maybe craft if you have companies that want to export and they're operating in a free zone. So we have those databases where we profile potential suppliers, either of goods or services, into these zones, depending on where they're set up.
Yeah, thank you so much. That is very helpful. That brings me to you, George Williams. For you, which finance opportunities have you put on table for Ugandans? You know, which when I say you, I don't mean George Williams. I mean Post Bank. Right?
Correct. Correct.
Just for avoidance of doubt.
Okay.
As Post Bank, which financial opportunities have you brought on the table for investors specifically in tourism?
All right. Thank you so much, Samuel, for moderating this session. Thank you so much, the PS Doreen, for organizing this. It's really very colorful. To the panelists, well done. And I think I've picked a lot from you in terms of where my next move is in terms of investing. So Post Bank is 100% a government bank.
Okay.
And what we have done as a bank is to integrate the government of Uganda tenfold, development strategy. And the development strategy for the government of Uganda is anchored around four an acronym called ATMs.
ATMs.
So ATMs stands for agro-industrialization.
A for agro-industrialization.
T for tourism. That's why we are here.
Yeah.
And M is for mineral development, that is oil and gas. And S is for science and technology.
Okay.
So because we are a government bank and we report to the Ministry of Finance, that one is our father. So when you're in your father's house, you must be able to take the direction your father is taking. If you're going to...
That is if there is no leader of opposition in that family.
Now, this is in terms of development, and it cuts across.
Yes.
Whether it's opposition, whether it's government, it's all one direction.
Yeah.
Now, when you look at Post Bank, for the past 5 years, there's been a lot of transformational leadership and change. And I was having a chat with Kano Nakalema. She said she provides security to investors, and that's very true. Because this is a government bank, Ugandans have invested in it. And there's a time when it wasn't running at where it's expected to be. She came in, helped, cleaned, and now we have a very robust board headed by Andrew, and we have our leader, Julius Kaketo. And what we have done as a bank is enormous. One, and I will go back to the acronym, the ATMs.
Yes.
In terms of the agri space, we are the #1 bank, and over 30% of our portfolio is agri-led. Now, in terms of tourism, what we have done, we have partnered with the different social lenders as well as government agencies. We have funds. I don't know if some of you have heard about the Small Business Recovery Fund. That is SBRF. It was launched in 2022, and the bank to date has disbursed over 20 billion. And tourism has benefited heavily.
20 billion to which kind of people?
20 billion has been disbursed, to all Ugandans within the business space. But we have specifics largely going into the tourism space. And when we talk about tourism, we have players like the travel agents, we have the tour operators, and the hotel owners. But we also have other people in the hospitality business, like the entertainment industry, creative arts, and all that. And we've been able to support them. And these loans are as low as 10%. When you look at the interest rates in this country, they range around 16 to 22%. But the programs we have as a bank, majority of them are below 15%. So Small Business Recovery Fund is one of them. We have also tailored solutions strictly to the tourism players, like Tugata, the Association of Uganda Tour Operators, and also Uganda Hotel Owners Association. And we are saying we are giving them specific low interest rates for them to be able to move tourism to the next level. So the other we have done, we have partnered with the Private Sector Foundation, Ministry of Gender, and we have Grow Money. Grow Money is 10% interest rate. When you look at the panel here, it's evident there are more ladies in the tourism sector than men. So ladies are accessing these funds to boost their business, and tourism is part of them.
As for the men?
As for the men, you have to struggle a little.
So,
but in a nutshell, when you speak about SBRF,
yes,
it takes care of women and men.
What's that in full?
Small Business Recovery Fund.
Okay.
So it takes care of all women and men. So we also have other opportunities, and these fall under the agritourism. You know, Samuel, we have what we call agricultural credit facility. So there are people out there that have become very smart. They have decided to, you know, drive agriculture. They've been able to access cheap loans, and eventually they are now investing the profits into the agriculture, I mean the tourism sector. Okay. So there's a lot that we are doing. But in terms of digitization or science and technology, the bank is the only primary channel where PDM money goes through. Okay. We have developed an app, the Wendy Wallet. And when you see the...
I'm curious when you say that.
Correct.
When you say that Post Bank is the only bank which is the conduit for the parish development model money.
Correct.
And my area of curiosity is it because it is the most efficient, effective bank that can do that work, or simply because it is the government bank?
Well said. So, in January 2025, Parliament passed a bill, and all PDM money will go through 3 government banks, Pride, Housing Finance, and Post Bank. However, in terms of the channel, it is Wendy Mobile Wallet, and we have over 7,000 parishes on this wallet. Okay. This country has over 10,500 parishes. So what Post Bank has done is to drive financial inclusion. Okay. And that has always been the cry for this country. So we have money going through to the different parishes deep down in the villages, and people are getting supported.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you, Post Bank.
You're welcome.
So I come back to you, Rebecca. You talked about the enabling frameworks for social and special economic zones. So going forward, in your view, how can they benefit the private sector investors in this room? What can they do in order to maximize and benefit from those zones and the legal framework?
To the private sector out there, we talked about the multimodal special economic zone. It doesn't have to be multimodal. It doesn't have to be an expansive area. If you are to fit in everybody, as long as you have an area of land or a site which is strategically located. Strategic location is very key, of course, for the tourism industry. Yes. Maybe areas around national parks, or maybe the lakes, the Lake Victoria, Entebbe areas, Jinja. Those are some of the strategic locations, or areas that are close to specific transport corridors. If you have land, you can develop a tourism zone. And as long as you have a company, and that company is registered, you have a business plan, you can reach out to us. We can tell you how to actually take that from a business idea and make it a bankable project, because we work with you. We have a dedicated team of investor support who can, and also customs. We work very closely with the Revenue Authority, because we have an integrated system. So we can support you from the point of the business idea.
Okay. And
make it, actualize it into a business. So allow me to talk about the benefits. Other than the import-related benefits, you can also benefit from a 10-year tax holiday, the VAT exemptions, excise duty, so many benefits that you can get when you operate in a free zone, when you operate a tourism-related free zone. So please come to us. I'm available. I also have a colleague there, Brenda, who can support you and provide. I think the biggest issue is information. Okay. Please come to us so that we take through the process of establishing these zones.
All right, thank you so much. And we are, the plane has been up in the air. We are now landing the plane. In the next few minutes, we will be concluding our conversation. I would like to bring it back to you, George Williams. Having shared all that you have shared about Post Bank, why should tourism stakeholders trust Post Bank as their reliable partner going forward? Just briefly.
All right. Thank you so much, Samuel.
In other words, I'm just inviting you to now give that sales pitch in 1 minute.
So, Post Bank is here to foster prosperity for Ugandans. And we have demonstrated that we can deliver projects. So when I talk about PDM, it's a $1 trillion project that we have delivered to Ugandans. And the president is happy when he goes around. No one has complained that the bank has taken their money. That's number one.
No, of course. The money is taken by other people, not the bank.
So the other is in terms of our systems that we have been able to transform. So if you are in the tourism sector and you need investment options, whether you have liquidity, the bank is there to guide you and make sure that you invest well. If you need to transact, if you need to hedge, you guys deal in a lot of dollars. So if you need to have hedging and all that, we are able to support. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And to you, Christine, as we bring this to a close, going forward, how can we match entrepreneurs to the capital they need going forward?
Okay, so first I'll say that we are living in a very, very exciting times. Very exciting times to say that I see East Africa rising, and that's actually our theme for this year's East Africa Venture Capital. Interesting times where we are no longer talking about Africa as perceived risk. We are not talking about America as also a very risky place. So we're living in interesting times, and I'm hearing a lot of solutions here, from investment protection to Post Bank with all the funds they have, to the zones, the export zones. So the opportunities are definitely there. Even for recently we saw an investment by a fund called Altera Capital. That is backed by Dangote, invested in Pullman Tours and Travel Company in Kenya, one of the oldest tour companies in Kenya, about $31 million transaction. We are seeing a lot of buyouts in East Africa, especially for tourism, a sector that has been left out, but that's specifically PE. So it's a very exciting and interesting time. I think, however, it's now for us, us who are looking for these opportunities. We've had that there are solutions. It's for us to take that first step. If it has to do with matching, entrepreneurs to investors, the East Africa Venture Capital, even specifically in Kenya, and probably we can do that in Uganda, has partnered with the Kenya Innovation Agency. Kenya Innovation Agency is the one that facilitates, or rather provides, a platform for innovation hubs in universities in Kenya, because we realize that our youth are very innovative. They have brilliant ideas, but they do not know how to pitch or present that to investors, or they do not know where to find these investors. So we are conducting something we call investor readiness for these hubs and for these startups in these hubs, so that they're able to stand before an investor and properly present this. Sometimes it's actually not that the idea is not a good idea. Sometimes it's just how you present it. Absolutely. So we are doing that work to make sure that we match. It's something that we can also do in Uganda, making sure that we have investor-ready trainings and capacity building for our startups. Otherwise, I think the solutions are there. It's for us to take the first step and try.
Okay. So when are you starting? In Uganda, the investor-ready trainings and all that.
So yes, maybe that's a discussion that now we can start having. I'm seeing and see how we can do that.
Yeah, we need to start as quickly as possible. People need to be ready for the money that is available for them, right? Yeah, and you've raised a very critical thing of, it may not be that you don't have the content and the idea is not a good one, but how you present it and how you package it. Absolutely. We run a public speaking and presentation masterclass at Inspired Leaders International. In August, we are running the 44th intake. The credo of that program is that it's not about what you say, but how you say whatever you want to say. And that's something that many people don't know when it comes to pitching, when it comes to presentation. It's really about the words you are saying. It's usually about how you are packaging the presentation. That's why you will see somebody come in front and talk like they're about to die and everybody thinks they are lying. Another one comes up and talks and points at the sky and holds himself and everybody's saying, yeah, 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 when actually they are the ones lying. It's the how. It's the how. It's the how, ladies and gentlemen. And so let me come to you as we bring this to a close, Kano. Before I invited you to the panel here, we played the video of the Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal, which has demonstrated that you are leveraging technology to be able to reduce investor exploitation, but also eliminate delays in the investment chain. Yes. So my question is, how can the people in this room maximize that portal?
Thank you once again. As I said, you have already inspired us to continue doing what we have been doing, but also to do more, so that every tourist, every visitor, everyone invests in Uganda. Yeah. And why we protect investments and the investors themselves is because we want to create jobs for our children and their children. It is also because we want to ensure that Uganda joins the rest of the first-class countries on the globe. So the Electronic Investors Protection Portal, actually the video that was played, I was trying to explain what it does. But the electronic portal itself hasn't been displayed, but it's okay. The portal itself. Oh, I thought the video. No, the video was explaining what it does. So what I was, put it in the background, because I just wanted to show the congregation here how you use the electronic portal to address your. So I don't have to look there. I know what it is. Yes. But all services that promote, that protect, and guide investors, just click on the word services. This portal, you just Google on your telephones, or the smartphones, just Google the word protection.statehouseinvest.go.ug. Yeah. It will appear very fast. And when you click on the word services, you'll find all agencies that support, investing in Uganda. Just you click there, you will, Explore Uganda is tourism. It's tourism itself. The Uganda Tourism Board's website. Investing in Uganda, that is Uganda Revenue Authority. Tax incentives, that is, it takes you to URA. So we've merged all agencies of government to ensure that an investor doesn't have to move from office to office. And I want to thank you.
Put it back. Please,
go to services and clean.
The mineral license. Click on the one down. Obtaining the mineral license as she continues to share.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So you wanted the on minerals.
don't mind. Continue
okay.
Sharing.
You know what you want. So I wanted to thank the private sector specialists here, and I am so delighted that I've had a chance to be near you, because you have pointed exactly where we want to go, that we must reduce to ensure we have to eliminate unnecessary bureaucracies in government, moving from office, the number of licenses. So for us, we have merged all agencies of government, including the Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration. So work permits, visas, you apply through the Uganda's Electronic Investors Protection Portal, which we manage. And there is what we call, is it called live chat? You can inquire about anything in this country, and we shall answer you immediately. So the word inquire, you just click on the word inquire, and you'll be answered immediately. So we encourage investors or tourists, any visitor that wants to come and enjoy the Pearl of Africa, a beautiful garden from end to end, as was described by Winston Churchill, that you don't have to spend money to come and discover what is in Uganda. Just go online, inquire, ask but also you can complain. The word report means that at the word report, we have a form. You fill that form, and we shall then share with the anti-corruption agencies to ensure that if you are defrauded by wrong elements, the case is handled. So, Mr. Mohammed, you did as well, because you pointed to the processes, ensuring that the process of investing in Uganda or entertaining tourists, they don't have to go through many processes. Right. You also talked about ensuring an environment, handling the uncertainties in the environment. That one we handled very well, because our leadership of this country, led by the president, who is a Sabarwanyi, a real general who fought all wars, our security, the physical security, the human security, all is well. All is well with us. Investors are protected, and we are going to have a Uganda that is thriving. That is our mission, and we do all this at the State House Investors Protection Unit through collaborative coordination to ensure a thriving investment climate.
Awesome. Thank you. Now you know who fought all the battles. So what they taught you in history was not true. Shaka Zulu. Joking. So we bring this to a close. Let's have some little quick fun as we end this. I want to just ask you a very personal, quick, sometimes even non-related question. Just give me a quick answer. All right? So let me go to Mohammed. Mohammed, if you were to be an animal in Uganda, which one would you be and why?
That's a difficult one.
Just keep it simple. Don't overthink it.
I would be the seagull.
The seagull?
The seagull, yes. You have something, right? The eagle, let's say, right?
Now you're wondering which one is that. Welcome to the club.
That's where domestic tourism comes in.
Yes.
But because it sits really high and really focuses down the road and where it wants to go, and it really...
Yes.
And that's why I think what is needed is there.
Okay. In the case you're wondering what it is, I will help you a little bit. It is SEAGEL. Right. So, George Williams.
Yes, Samuel.
What's your dream destination as a person and why? Just keep it simple. Just say it quickly.
I think Bahamas.
Bahamas. Why? Bahamas Islands.
When I was a little kid, I used to enjoy the movies.
You used to enjoy the movies?
Yeah,
in
Bahamas.
Bahamas.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe that's quite an idea that we need to have many movies in our tourism places so that as people watch them, they can say, my dream destination is Uganda because I watched
Golola.
Wakanda to the world. All right, Christine, just you wrote on your social media handle that you are God's servant leader. Where does God and tourism meet?
The question should be, where don't they meet? Because all this beautiful creation that we get to enjoy, nobody but God created it for us.
Wow.
The animals, the mountains, literally we are ripping off of God's creation.
Yes, indeed.
And charging for it.
You know, and not giving him what is due him, sometimes we forget.
Pay your tithes.
Wonderful. Kano, I know that you crossed the River Nile twice to find love, to find a husband. You crossed the River Nile twice to find love.
Yes.
What do you say to those who have not crossed the River Nile twice to tour Uganda?
Okay. Actually, I didn't only cross River Nile twice. I crossed 4 rivers. That I started by crossing River Rizi. That's from Kashari. Then I came and crossed Katonga, then River Nile twice. To find love. To find a handsome Lugbar man. Yes.
So what's your message to those who have not crossed River Nile at least twice to tour Uganda?
But let me first conclude that statement.
Where there is a love we want to
Yes. No, mine is easy. I am a very well-balanced Ugandan. Yes. My mother from Mbarara, my father from Buganda. Yes. So then I cross these 4 rivers to ensure that I go through all and go to West Nile. So I belong everywhere. I'm a very well-balanced Ugandan. I'm inspiring everyone that hasn't yet crossed to come to see this part of Africa, the beautiful garden from end to end, that we have the best men, we have the best women. Please cross all rivers and yes, we have the best men, we have the best men in Uganda. So cross from whichever side and land in Uganda. We shall protect you, we shall love you, we shall entertain you, and God will bless you.
And finally, Rebecca, Rebecca, if you had all the money you need on earth, what would you do tomorrow morning? People are saying, ask me and give me the money. This is for Rebecca as we end this conversation.
If I had all the money in the world,
yes,
I would invest in a tourism and recreation zone. So that I can provide all the opportunities and I turn around the figures, the gloomy figures we talked about in terms of numbers.
Yes.
So I would put a medical tourism facility, I would put an agro-based facility, I would put the high-end infrastructure accommodation facility, so that I promote domestic tourism, but also international tourism.
Yes. Somebody give her the money, please. Somebody give her the money, because I am about to know that Post Bank, should go to Post Bank. You hear that? She's seated next to the money that she's looking for. So now you know how to talk. Give him the business card, exchange. And when you finally begin it tomorrow morning, make sure that everyone who comes there to put in a business, all their staff will be trained by Inspired Leaders International. Yes, we will come and do that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to believe that this has been empowering, inspiring, and energizing for you. Right? Our time is really fast spent, and we would like to go for lunch. But we had promised that just a few of you would ask a question in case you have it. So we wanted to have maybe like 10 people also, but time is not our best ally right now. I would like to just allow only a few people to ask only one question per person, and ask it to a specific person, and we should be done with that in the next maximum 15 minutes. So let me request the team at the back to get the microphone that is going to be moving around, and I will be the one showing you where to go to take the microphone, so that we are orderly. So let's begin from that hand near the microphone, right there. Yes. Then after that, I will come to this direction. You just say your name briefly, where you are coming from, and then direct the question to a specific panelist. And keep it as brief as possible.
Thank you. My name is Yogi Birigwa. I'm the president of Uganda Tourism Association. UTA is the apex body of all the private sector players in the country. Hoteliers, travel agents, tour operators, that's the apex body.
All right.
First and foremost, I would like to thank the panelists and the moderator for such an insightful presentation. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
My comment is about the free zone.
Rebecca.
Yes, Rebecca. Well, as private sector players and as the apex body, we don't have that information. And as you know, information is power. And we work hand in hand with the ministry. If this information is passed to the ministry, they will definitely inform us. So kindly, such kind of amazing information as private sector players, we should know. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you for keeping it very brief and specifically to the point. That is what I would like to see when other people hold the microphone, right? Great. So let me ask that gentleman seated there to ask the question quickly, or just give a comment or a request like she has done. The moment you go beyond 1 minute, I will...
I don't most of my time. Now, I am Asimo Ben, National Chairman, Uganda Informal Sector Transformation Organization. This question is not going to a particular person. It's going to all of them. We are speaking English here, and my father does not know English, but he has something to give, to offer.
And he's a member of the informal sector.
All right.
In Katwe.
Yes.
What's that village where you come from? It is in?
Uganda. So who is going to explain to him what he needs to invest or to give for an investor to put his money? It may partly go to this lady who is there. I have ended my question.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is very important indeed. There are so many people who are in the informal sector. They have never seen the color of the classroom. They don't know the size of the teacher, but they are passionate about investing. So who will help them in the local language? Good question. Okay, I see a hand behind me there. Brother in the Cape.
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator.
Excuse me, the brother in the Cape. I don't see the one talking. Yeah, you can as well do that way, but I will not accept. You know, never allow to be moved by emotions, because I've seen that brother first, and for integrity, let's let him ask the question. Don't mind, I will come back to you. Integrity matters in these things. Just keep it brief.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Hood, and I'm a tour operator.
Yes.
So I would love to hear an honest opinion. What's the future of, Kano spoke about eliminating intermediaries. So tour operators by nature, we are intermediaries. We connect our clients to service providers likewise.
Yes.
So what's the future of us in this generation of AI? Do we really have a future, or how are we supposed to navigate this changing landscape?
Okay.
Thank you.
Would you like to direct that to a specific person, please?
Maybe the lady who, sorry, I didn't get her name.
The one in the middle?
My
Christine.
Kenyan friend, yes.
Okay, Christine. So, Christine, that will be your question to say something about it. So, there was someone behind here. Yes, please, go ahead.
Yes, I think I should stand here in front.
You better be where, we were talking of visibility, you better be where you are seen by the moderator.
Thank you so much. My name is Deogratius Muhumuza.
Yes, Deo.
I work with Uganda Eco Tours, and I'm from Rubirizi district. My question goes to Kano Nakalema. You talk about security so much, but amongst when you talked about the opportunities that we have in investing in tourism, nobody talked about the challenge, the biggest challenge that I see in Uganda about the negative travel advisories. Okay? This has affected both the tourists and the investors, and most of them are not really so grave that can stop people from coming to Uganda. One hears about just a blast, and it is a suspected bomb blast. It could even be like a gas cylinder. And then the next thing you hear, the next thing you see on social media, not even social media, US red zone for Uganda because of a suspected bomb blast. And it is affecting our industry.
Okay.
What diplomatic ties, what are you doing in terms of diplomatic ties in order to avoid that kind of incident?
Okay, thank you. So how is the Investor Protection Unit protecting Ugandans from negative travel advisories? Okay, let me come in front here. The brother is looking at me with mercy. Okay.
Thank you so much. I am called Darius Twesigomwe. I'm a founder of an AI company called Smart Chat AI Solutions. We help businesses in Uganda, especially the ones in tourism and hospitality, to improve their customer service and reduce costs. I have a question for you, George William. The figures say in 2023, Postbank posted profits after tax, 27.5 billion shillings. You still give out loans at 15%. As a government-owned bank, shouldn't you be empowering us and making little to no profit so that we get money cheaply to improve the economy? Why is a government bank wanting to make profits? Why is Post Bank wanting to make profits?
Thank you. Good question there. Thank you very much. Okay, people at the back. I see a hand behind the camera, people.
All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Lule Bentas, student, Makerere University Business School, doing travel and tourism management, and director as to Travels and Agency. My question goes to everyone on the panel, mostly our fellow investors or future investors. The question goes to the accommodation facilities. If we are to make Uganda visible, I believe we should make ourselves visible to Uganda too first. But as we young tourists or stakeholders, we find a problem touring Uganda because of accommodation. You cannot charge a domestic tourist the same fee as a tourist who comes from the high market countries. I pay 100 for a room, and a person who comes from USA also pays 100 for a room. I don't know if we can revise the policy and change as we do in the national parks.
Okay. If you don't mind, would you like to direct it to one specific member of the panel, please, to share an insight on it?
I can take it to Kano Nakalema.
Thank you. All right. Yes, I see the lady right there in black and white. And I will just be receiving 4 more, and we close it at that for the sake of time. Yeah.
Thank you.
That is the 4th. So.
Thank you. My name is Fatima. I'm a student at Victoria University. I just have a question to Madame Christine. Earlier you spoke about angel investments, and I just wanted to know a bit more about it, like how can someone such as myself acquire an opportunity like that? And I also wanted to know, is it open to other countries in Africa, or is it just restricted for people at Kenya? Thank you.
Okay. All right. I see another hand at the back. I don't see the face, but I see the hand covering the head with something white. White?
Thank you so much. My name is Nakasanje Janet from Khalsa Culture Initiative. Thank you so much, our panelists. This question goes to Kano Nakalema. You mentioned something under attracting investors, and you mentioned about the cheap labor, but since I'm the cheap labor, I have a question. Now, that cheap labor is kind of an issue because us who are just coming up in the industry, I think we are squeezed to the wall, because if the labor is cheap, then it means we are not getting enough, which kind of pushes us to other industries where we can earn more. So how are we going to work upon that? You can't work for a company and it is just providing, maybe I won't mention the salary, but the money you get is the same money you use for lunch and transport, so you end up spending more than you even earn. So how are we going to grow with the upcoming in the industry when it is like that? Thank you so much.
Okay, second last, I see a hand at the back. In that corner, we hadn't picked anybody that side. Sorry. That will be the second last person. Just keep it brief and quick.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Divya Robert from Gerodi Africa Safaris. I have a simple question here. I don't know if it will go to Afande Nakalema or anybody around there. I think we shall choose from the panelist.
Question?
The question is, how are we going to have the local communities where we have the major tourist attractions? Like, take an example of gorillas. Because for them, they are left out. The neighbors around are left out. Recently, I had a conversation where the neighbors around Arushaga were saying these gorillas belong to one of the major players in the government. I fear to mention their name. But for them, they think maybe they're not benefiting. How can we make this like what WUA does to give back to the community, realistic, practical, tangible, where you can feel progress and development around the peoples surrounding the communities?
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And lastly, that hand has been up again and again and again. Let me end with that gentleman who is raising the piece of paper. I'm so sorry, the hands are still very many, the time is not on our side, and the program still goes on. There is an afternoon program. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Advi. I run an organization in South Africa. I'm taking it out not only in Uganda now. As the tourism sector, there is a statement that came out, the best way to protect your investment is to protect your investors. That's a brilliant, brilliant statement. And what I can bring it back to you, Madam, that what are you doing in that so that the investors can come in here in this country to take out, to help some of the tourism industry or the people who are here to be able to interlink with other tourism industries in the whole of Africa, because this is Pearl of Africa. So it means that the whole of Africa, we have to sell it accordingly, but you can't sell it in a, there is a point again that came that tourism is not, you can't operate tourism in a vacuum. So it has to go broader, a bit broader. So what are you doing to help the tourism travel agencies and the other ones so that at least they can go out there, learn, come back and make sure that the more investment will come into this country?
Great, thank you very much. So, Rebecca, it was a request that you share the information with the ministry for it to be circulated. Christine, very briefly about the future of intermediaries in the AI world.
Thank you. We should not look at AI or any other digital tool as a replacement, but as an enabler. So we use digital tools and technology to enable the work that we're doing. I know you do know that there's a startup called, I think, Tripesa in Uganda that provides B2B services for small tour operators and players in the sector, so that you do not have to hire admin call centers. So they provide that service for those businesses so that it makes work easier for them to focus on the let's say the experience. Now, tourism is a very lucky sector because it's an experience you're providing. AI will not provide that experience, so then hence it will only be used as an enabler. Okay. So there are some sectors that I don't think should be worried about that.
All right, so it's just an enabler. Also, Christine, something to do with angel investment opportunities, how these young people can tap into those angel investment opportunities. That's what she asked.
Yes, so there are several angel investment organizations in Africa and also in East Africa. I may not have the names right now. And so these organizations are able to also provide investor readiness for startups or entrepreneurs who are willing to tap into the angel investment money. So what we're doing as IAFCA, because we represent investors, we're trying to come up with an angel investor fund, or rather a group of angel investors who then will raise a fund that can fill the gap that I was talking about, the micro and the small enterprises. That angel fund or angel investors who are coming together to form a fund are actually a group in Kenya, and maybe that's also in Uganda, called Chamas. So Chamas is stable banking, where you have a group of like 10 women or 20 women who put money together and save and invest that money. So we found that that's a pool that we can tap into, and that's actually part of promoting local capital in the country for now entrepreneurs who want smaller tickets to be able to tap into that. So what I'd advise is look at the organizations that are called angel investor organizations. They always have opportunities for you to present your idea to the specific angel investors that they have.
All right, thank you. George? You are having a lot of profits in billions. Why is the interest again 15? Why don't you bring it to little or no interest at all, so that Ugandans can benefit? It's your government bank. Help Ugandans.
Thank you very much.
Less than a minute, what do you say?
Thank you very much. A minute won't be enough, but I want to tell my brother here that even last year we made profits. 35.5 billion. So that is an increment. And it is very exciting news. So I want to let you know how money works and how banks work. So we are a government bank, but when you look at the budget of Uganda, there's nowhere Post Bank is mentioned. So there's no money from the government to, go and support on that. But you need to understand how, the treasury bills and treasury bonds work and how people invest in terms of the FDs. Of late, no client wants to give you money for free. Everyone wants to invest and earn an interest. So when we get depositors' money, we invest it so that they have a return. So you find that the treasury bills lately are around 12, 13, 14%, depending on the tenor. And the treasury bonds at around almost 16%. So we have to tag a margin, we have to tag, a risk to that. However, the good news is, I told you, countrywide, the rates are around 16 to 20%. But we have programs where rates are way below that. 10%, that is GROW. The Small Business Recovery Fund, 10%. We have ACF, 12%. We have loans that drive impact, and those at about 13%. Okay. We have green financing at 15%. So our rates are extremely low because we have gone out to look for social lenders that give us money for onward lending.
All right,
thank you.
Kano, you had the lion's share of the questions, and because of that, I will request you to just give, if possible, just a one-line response to each one of them. For example, the challenge of negative travel advisories. What are you doing about it, briefly?
So the government of Uganda is continually engaging with through diplomatic channels to ensure that those countries really that pronounce themselves against whatever is announced in that line of travel advisories. We have embassies there, of course, but again, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is doing its best to engage. Okay. Also, the Ministry of Defense has defense attaches. They are engaging, but also at another level, at a higher level, His Excellency the President commissioned a National Strategic Communication Committee, and I am a member there. So but also our senior leader here, the permanent secretary, Doreen Katsime, is a member, and so we are engaging. Okay. And given that we have senior leaders, we believe that in the near future, these travel advisories will come down through diplomatic channels.
Yes. Somebody talked about the little salary they get.
Yes, and I agree that we have many youth who are earning so little compared to the demands around them. Of course, being young people, they would want to live a life that is pleasing to them. But we should remind ourselves, all of us, that we are a growing economy, and we have not yet had, it's called what? The minimum wage. We don't yet have a minimum wage. What we should all target, and what I personally, as a mature citizen, is trying to do in my line of duty, it is to ensure that indeed we protect investors so that they create more jobs. The more jobs that will come, the more investments that will be made. I believe that we shall see our children earn more than what they are earning now, because we cannot promise that we shall put the salaries much higher when the job opportunities are limited. So it's about ensuring that we all promote investments and protect them, but also young people, you are very innovative by nature. You have all the wisdom, you have all the energy, you have many years to live. Be sure you will earn more. So believe in yourselves, be confident that all will be well. Remain believing in yourselves and work hard. You will be the ones to employ others and to pay them better.
All right, and you will even be the ones seated on these panels next time. So.
Yes, so...
Now, there is another one that was asked to you, but I would like to give it to somebody else. I've just gotten to realize that Amos, our keynote speaker, is still in the house. So I would like to instead pass on this one of accommodation to him.
Yes.
The issue, so my brother Amos, kindly be walking to the front. The issue of people charging the same amount of money for nationals and those that are not nationals. What do you say about that? Because many young people need to be able to... Okay, he has moved out. He was the most appropriate person to answer this. There are some questions that were asked that I feel maybe we can move them forward to the afternoon, especially because I see they may need to be answered by the ministry. For example, something to do with the local language. I think the ministry has to do something about that. Something to do with how we can communicate. How communities around the tourist sites can benefit.
I think our senior here, the permanent secretary, has something to talk about, because they have been addressing it through the Uganda Tourism Board, about involving neighbors in promoting tourism. So Madam PS, would you have an answer to that?
Okay.
Yes.
Like I've guided, she will say something about that in the afternoon. I think those were the issues raised. Oh, there was one last one, helping travel agencies when they are moving abroad.
Helping travel agencies. Yes. Of course, I'll be glad if any of my the distinguished panelists here would also contribute to this. But talking about how we are trying to aid tourists to ensure that they are comfortable, they go out and come back and invest, is the assurance of security. We ensure that they are safe and secure. We provide all the security in the 7 dimensions I mentioned earlier. We protect them and their resources. The food security is assured, the health security is assured, the environment is safe. So we try our best at the State House Investors Protection, but also it's a government strategy to ensure that tourists are turned into investors by making them comfortable and protecting them from wrong elements. That's the general view I would say.
Ladies and gentlemen, for this conversation. I would like you to appreciate in a special way Colonel Edith Nakarima for the great insights. Please let's appreciate Mr. Mohammed Sulaiman for the great insights. Let's please appreciate Christine Miner for the great insights. Let's appreciate George Williams Walusansa for the great insights. And let's appreciate Rebecca for the wonderful insights. If you find that I've also done well, feel free to appreciate me. Yeah. It's been quite an amazing conversation, and we really thank you so much for the insights you've shared. Feel free to now take your seats as we get to the break of lunch. So ladies and gentlemen, a lot has been shared, a lot has been learned. Oh, that there should be a photo. Just stay here, let them take a photo right now. Just stand here, the panelist photo. Just Colonel Edith, kindly face the camera. Okay, PS please, join in. Not smiling, don't mind, we will Photoshop them out, AI. All right, somebody's saying tags. Oh, okay, the tags you're having, make sure they face in front. Okay, PS, your tag, make it face in front, the tag, and we take one more photo. I don't know whether the cameras will really actually be capturing the details of the cards, but let's believe. All right, let's keep it at that. I don't want it to be like what happened on my wedding with my Miss Universe. We smiled the whole day, and by the time we ended, we were really, tired. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, as we break off for lunch, I would like to remind us about the breakout sessions that we have immediately after lunch. Inside here, we shall be having a breakout session that focuses on investing in accommodation. And then we will be in Kabarega Hall, which is next to the convention center, talking about investing in restaurants and hospitality. Then, just next to Kabarega Hall is Chidepo Hall, next to the convention center. We will be focusing on sustainable tourism investment. So we are going to have our closing remarks now, go for lunch, and then after lunch, immediately go to those 3 rooms based on what you would like to focus on. Remember, accommodation in this room. Remember, restaurants and hospitality in Kabarega. And then sustainable tourism investment in Kidepo. Please, one PS to close this session for us.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. I promised you in my opening remarks that I had a wonderful package. I hope I did not disappoint. So I know that Mr. Bakutana has already asked you, but now I'm asking you once again to appreciate our panelists. With a big round of applause again. And I think after the panel discussion, if you have been here from the beginning, you can see the link between all the 5. Is it 5, 6? Starting with our keynote speaker. So I want to thank the people who put together this program and must have put in a lot of thought to find an investor like Amos and then put this panel together to bring the discussion together from a banker to, there's the World Bank who is a banker but also a development partner, to the venture capital, to Post Bank, to protection of investment, the Free Zones Authority. So I want to thank, in addition to the investors, the panelists, those who actually put this program together. I must say, as an individual, I have greatly benefited. So we thank you very much. The team from the ministry, from the private sector, who have been working on POATE. Of course, I have been taking all the flowers on your behalf. But you all know that I played just a little part. Most of it is done by the foot soldiers. So we thank you, and the moderator has already told you the program for the afternoon. Please don't go away. Stay and benefit. Like everybody has said, you are the investors. And what is interesting is most of these young people you see, you even had the student. They are students, but they are directors of companies. Most of them are not just here as students. They are actually business people. So this was put together for you, and we are very happy that you have come in big numbers. I have been getting the reports of what is going on in the other conference rooms as well. So thank you, everyone, and let's get back together in the afternoon. But before I leave this podium, I want in a special way to appreciate our panelists by giving them a small token of appreciation from the Ministry of Tourism and from the organizers of POATE. So can someone please bring our gifts to the panelists? So I ask that you come back to the podium and then we can hand over those gifts.
So if you didn't know that moderators are awarded with land titles, you're about to see it now. If you're not nuguious, you can clap. You can clap.
And lastly, I am going to hand over one to the moderator. What Mr. Bakutana did not tell you is that he's the president of the Fathers Union under the province of the Church of Uganda. So those of you who are fathers or aspiring fathers, you also have a lot to learn from him, in addition to, and those of you who are here and you need leadership training, corporate governance training, whether you are government, executive coach, even as a personal coach. you have the best person in the room. So Mr. Bakutana, we appreciate you. And thank you very much for making this exciting and interesting.
My wife kindly hold the land title. Feel free to come with those books you were holding, please, and hold the land title so that hold the land title. Remember, it's already in our name, so even if you steal it, it's already in our names, the land title. I've just been informed that 2 of the breakout sessions have been brought together. So the one on accommodation, resilience, and hospitality, they've been joined together, and they are going to be in this room, okay? Yeah. And then the one of sustainable tourism investment will remain in Kidepo Hall, just next to the convention center. I have also been informed that lunch is going to be at the Poor Pavilion from 5,000 shillings and beyond, depending on what one would like to have. Okay? And finally, as I sign out, ladies and gentlemen, honestly, it's been a pleasure for me to lead the program this morning. I appreciate the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, and the whole team of organizers for entrusting me with the responsibility to ensure that this program keep going up to this time. In the afternoon, I may not be the one leading the program, so I am signing out now. My name is Samuel A. Bakutana, and for those who were asking about my books, they are going to be available just in that corner. You can pass by and get some copies for yourself. Honorable Leadership, Remarkable Woman, Move On. This business of Maria Chewankora, move on. Yeah? Busy and loving it, how to be happy amidst stressful situations of life. Blossom in your job and business, career advancement and business progress. Someone to love for those who want wives and husbands, so that you have a husband, not a hammer, you have a wife, not a knife. You will pass by that place and find a lot of guidance. God bless you all. God bless Uganda, for God and my country. At 2:30, go for the wonderful breakout sessions. Thank you so much.
A letter from East Africa, 2015. In a small village, perched on Wanale Hill, a boy stands in a banana grove, eyes tracking a drone as it glides low above the trees. It floats towards his uncle, who is waiting at the edge of a dirt trail. He is guiding 2 tourists to a nearby waterfall, a short and scenic walkway. The guests booked this experience earlier that morning over coffee in Kigali. Tomorrow, they will be in Western Kenya, spending a night at a stylish guest house run by a local family. This is East Africa in 2050, one of the world's most connected and visitor-friendly travel regions. The countries of the East African Community, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, the DRC, and South Sudan have worked for decades to build a seamless tourism ecosystem. One visa, one booking platform, a shared story told with one voice. But what truly draws people here isn't just convenience or smart tech. It's the heart of the region, its people, the warmth, the authenticity, the feeling that you are part of something real. Tourism used to happen to the communities. Now, tourism happens with the communities. In the early 2030s, the region saw a surge in international visitors. It brought opportunity, but also a strain on the ecosystems, on the culture and infrastructure. Communities responded with a shift. The elders, conservationists, and local leaders began convening. Together they asked, how do we protect what matters most? One answer was superseding all: the creation of a Green Safari badge, a regional sustainability brand. This badge is more than a label. It is a promise that the ecosystem is left undisturbed. On the regional AI travel platform, visitors can filter their experiences by this badge. It assures them that their trip is low impact, locally rooted, and community approved. It also connects them to real-time safety services, healthy alerts, and traveler reviews. In a village near Mountain Elgon, 3 sisters run an eco-lodge that carries this badge. In the Mara, a Maasai cooperative offers wildlife walks and storytelling sessions. In the Eastern DRC, visitors can fish with local families and end the day by the fire sharing a meal. Every experience is unique. Every dollar stays close to the ground. Today, young guides across the region speak multiple languages. In digital tourism hubs, now found in every district, they access training, translation tools, and augmented reality applications. They might greet you in Mandarin or explain the Luo legend of Gipir and Labong in Spanish. Some guide you with virtual reality headsets, while others with the stories passed down through generations. It took years of trust building, of meetings under trees, in tents, of coding and dreaming. But now, the system is working. Borders are open, communities are leading, and nature is healing. As the sun sets, Mundu, the local guide, stands beside the rolling waterfall with the 2 guests who have walked the path with him from the village, laughing along the way. One turns to him and asks, "What's your favorite part of this place?" Mundu smiles, listening to the water's rhythm, and responds,
"The sound it makes. If you sit quietly by it, you will hear our past and our future speaking."
Welcome to one of Africa's highest, most remote and unknown mountain ranges located in Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. The Rwenzori Mountains, also known as the Mountains of the Moon, are stretched over 120 kilometers long and 61 kilometers wide. Come and experience Africa's most beautiful alpine area. With every hour and every altitude gain, the landscapes, colors and views are ever-changing. This UNESCO-protected national park contains unique biodiversity and breathtaking sceneries such as the bamboo zones, mossy heather zone, numerous waterfalls, tropical rainforest, mountain lakes and eternal snow. Culminating at an altitude of 5,109 meters, the Margarita Peak is the highest point in Uganda and the third highest peak of the whole African continent after Kilimanjaro and Mount Kenya. This mystical and demanding mountain range is located on the foothills of Queen Elizabeth National Park, one of Africa's most popular game drives, and a few hundred kilometers from the Bwindi impenetrable forest that inhabits the endangered silverback mountain gorillas. Rwenzori Mountains offers trails for all levels of hikers, which range from 1-day to 10-day trips. The shorter trips are not as physically demanding and still showcase the amazing beauty in the art of nature, including rare vegetation, rivers, and numerous waterfalls. This unique biosphere is a true gem that needs to be preserved not only for the many endemic species it contains, but also for the local community which directly benefits and lives from the mountain's gifts. Be ready for the ultimate trekking experience. Come and discover Rwenzori, the Mountains of the Moon located in Uganda, the Pearl of Africa.
My name is Colonel Edith Nakarema Asuzwa. I head the State House Investors Protection Unit established by His Excellency Retired General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal is a digital platform that empowers investors to get authentic information, make inquiries, report, verify, and receive feedback. The Electronic Investors Protection Portal serves all existing and prospective investors, both domestic and foreign, as well as the general public, through enabling whistleblowers to report any concerns about investing in Uganda. The electronic portal guides investors with important and necessary information on investing in Uganda. It also offers a quick reporting and enforcement mechanism while ensuring real-time feedback. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal gives you access to authentic information and resources that are designed to help you make informed investment decisions and avoid common pitfalls.
Uganda is a fairy tale. You climb up, and at the end, there is a wonderful new world. The scenery is different. The vegetation is different. Climate is different. And most of all, the people are different from anything elsewhere to be seen in the whole range of Africa. I say, concentrate on Uganda. For magnificence, for variety of form and color, for profusion of brilliant life, bird, insect, reptile, beast, and for vast scale. Uganda is truly the pearl of Africa.
A letter from East Africa, 2015. In a small village, perched on Wanale Hill, a boy stands in a banana grove, eyes tracking a drone as it glides low above the trees. It floats towards his uncle, who is waiting at the edge of a dirt trail. He is guiding two tourists to a nearby waterfall, a short and scenic walkway. The guests booked this experience earlier that morning over coffee in Kigali. Tomorrow, they will be in Western Kenya, spending a night at a starlit guest house run by a local family. This is East Africa in 2050, one of the world's most connected and visitor-friendly travel regions. The countries of the East African community, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, the DRC, and South Sudan have worked for decades to build a seamless tourism ecosystem. One visa, one booking platform, a shared story told with one voice. But what truly draws people here isn't just convenience or smart tech. It's the heart of the region, its people, the warmth, the authenticity, the feeling that you are part of something real. Tourism used to happen to the communities. Now, tourism happens with the communities. In the early 2030s, the region saw a surge in international visitors. It brought opportunity, but also a strain on ecosystems, on the culture and infrastructure. Communities responded with a shift. The elders, conservationists, and local leaders began convening. Together they asked, how do we protect what matters most? one answer was superseding all: the creation of a Green Safari badge, a regional sustainability brand. This badge is more than a label. It is a promise that the ecosystem is left undisturbed. On the regional AI travel platform, visitors can filter their experiences by this badge. It assures them that their trip is low impact, locally rooted, and community approved. It also connects them to real-time safety services, healthy alerts, and traveler reviews. In a village near Mountain Elgon, 3 sisters run an eco lodge that carries this badge. In the Mara, a Maasai cooperative offers wildlife walks and storytelling sessions. In the Eastern DRC, visitors can fish with local families and end the day by the fire sharing a meal. Every experience is unique. Every dollar stays close to the ground. Today, young guides across the region speak multiple languages. In digital tourism hubs, now found in every district, they access training, translation tools, and augmented reality applications. They might greet you in Mandarin or explain the Luo legend of Gipir and Labong in Spanish. Some guide you with virtual reality headsets, while others with the stories passed down through generations. It took years of trust building, of meetings under trees, in tents, of coding and dreaming. But now, the system is working. Borders are open, communities are leading, and nature is healing. As the sun sets, Mundu, the local guide, stands beside the rolling waterfall with the 2 guests who have walked the path with him from the village, laughing along the way. One turns to him and asks, "What's your favorite part of this place?" Mundu smiles, listening to the water's rhythm, and responds,
"The sound it makes. If you sit quietly by it, you will hear our past and our future speaking."
Welcome to one of Africa's highest, most remote and unknown mountain ranges located in Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. The Rwenzori Mountains, also known as the Mountains of the Moon, are stretched over 120 kilometers long and 61 kilometers wide. Come and experience Africa's most beautiful alpine area. With every hour and every altitude gain, the landscapes, colors and views are ever-changing. This UNESCO-protected national park contains unique biodiversity and breathtaking sceneries such as the bamboo zones, mossy heather zone, numerous waterfalls, tropical rainforest, mountain lakes and eternal snow. Culminating at an altitude of 5,109 meters, the Margarita Peak is the highest point in Uganda and the third highest peak of the whole African continent after Kilimanjaro and Mount Kenya. This mystical and demanding mountain range is located on the foothills of Queen Elizabeth National Park, one of Africa's most popular game drives, and a few hundred kilometers from the Bwindi impenetrable forest that inhabits the endangered silverback mountain gorillas. Rwenzori Mountains offers trails for all levels of hikers, which range from 1-day to 10-day trips. The shorter trips are not as physically demanding and still showcase the amazing beauty in the art of nature, including rare vegetation, rivers, and numerous waterfalls. This unique biosphere is a true gem that needs to be preserved not only for the many endemic species it contains, but also for the local community which directly benefits and lives from the mountain's gifts. Be ready for the ultimate trekking experience. Come and discover Rwenzori, the Mountains of the Moon located in Uganda, the Pearl of Africa.
My name is Colonel Edith Nakarema Asuzwa. I head the State House Investors Protection Unit established by His Excellency Retired General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal is a digital platform that empowers investors to get authentic information, make inquiries, report, verify, and receive feedback. The Electronic Investors Protection Portal serves all existing and prospective investors, both domestic and foreign, as well as the general public, through enabling whistleblowers to report any concerns about investing in Uganda. The electronic portal guides investors with important and necessary information on investing in Uganda. It also offers a quick reporting and enforcement mechanism while ensuring real-time feedback. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal gives you access to authentic information and resources that are designed to help you make informed investment decisions and avoid common pitfalls.
Uganda is a fairy tale. You climb up, and at the end, there is a wonderful new world. The scenery is different. The vegetation is different. The climate is different. And most of all, the people are different from anything elsewhere to be seen in the whole range of Africa. I say, concentrate on Uganda. For magnificence, for variety of form and color, for profusion of brilliant life, bird, insect, reptile, beast, and for vast scale. Uganda is truly the pearl of Africa.
A letter from East Africa, 2015. In a small village, perched on Wanale Hill, a boy stands in a banana grove, eyes tracking a drone as it glides low above the trees. It floats towards his uncle, who is waiting at the edge of a dirt trail. He is guiding two tourists to a nearby waterfall, a short and scenic walkway. The guests booked this experience earlier that morning over coffee in Kigali. Tomorrow, they will be in Western Kenya, spending a night at a starlit guest house run by a local family. This is East Africa in 2050, one of the world's most connected and visitor-friendly travel regions. The countries of the East African community, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, the DRC, and South Sudan have worked for decades to build a seamless tourism ecosystem. One visa, one booking platform, a shared story told with one voice. But what truly draws people here isn't just convenience or smart tech. It's the heart of the region, its people, the warmth, the authenticity, the feeling that you are part of something real. Tourism used to happen to the communities. Now, tourism happens with the communities. In the early 2030s, the region saw a surge in international visitors. It brought opportunity, but also a strain on ecosystems, on the culture and infrastructure. Communities responded with a shift. The elders, conservationists, and local leaders began convening. Together they asked, how do we protect what matters most? one answer was superseding all: the creation of a Green Safari badge, a regional sustainability brand. This badge is more than a label. It is a promise that the ecosystem is left undisturbed. On the regional AI travel platform, visitors can filter their experiences by this badge. It assures them that their trip is low impact, locally rooted, and community approved. It also connects them to real-time safety services, healthy alerts, and traveler reviews. In a village near Mountain Elgon, 3 sisters run an eco lodge that carries this badge. In the Mara, a Maasai cooperative offers wildlife walks and storytelling sessions. In the Eastern DRC, visitors can fish with local families and end the day by the fire sharing a meal. Every experience is unique. Every dollar stays close to the ground. Today, young guides across the region speak multiple languages. In digital tourism hubs, now found in every district, they access training, translation tools, and augmented reality applications. They might greet you in Mandarin or explain the Luo legend of Gipir and Labong in Spanish. Some guide you with virtual reality headsets, while others with the stories passed down through generations. It took years of trust building, of meetings under trees, in tents, of coding and dreaming. But now, the system is working. Borders are open, communities are leading, and nature is healing. As the sun sets, Mundu, the local guide, stands beside the rolling waterfall with the 2 guests who have walked the path with him from the village, laughing along the way. One turns to him and asks, "What's your favorite part of this place?" Mundu smiles, listening to the water's rhythm, and responds,
"The sound it makes. If you sit quietly by it, you will hear our past and our future speaking."
Welcome to one of Africa's highest, most remote and unknown mountain ranges, located in Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. The Rwenzori Mountains, also known as the Mountains of the Moon, are stretched over 120 kilometers long and 61 kilometers wide. Come and experience Africa's most beautiful alpine area. With every hour and every altitude gain, the landscapes, colors and views are ever-changing. This UNESCO-protected national park contains unique biodiversity and breathtaking sceneries such as the bamboo zones, mossy heather zone, numerous waterfalls, tropical rainforest, mountain lakes and eternal snow. Culminating at an altitude of 5,109 meters, the Margarita Peak is the highest point in Uganda and the third highest peak of the whole African continent after Kilimanjaro and Mount Kenya. This mystical and demanding mountain range is located on the foothills of Queen Elizabeth National Park, one of Africa's most popular game drives, and a few hundred kilometers from the Bwindi impenetrable forest that inhabits the endangered silverback mountain gorillas. Rwenzori Mountains offers trails for all levels of hikers, which range from 1-day to 10-day trips. The shorter trips are not as physically demanding and still showcase the amazing beauty in the art of nature, including rare vegetation, rivers, and numerous waterfalls. This unique biosphere is a true gem that needs to be preserved not only for the many endemic species it contains, but also for the local community which directly benefits and lives from the mountain's gifts. Be ready for the ultimate trekking experience. Come and discover Rwenzori, the Mountains of the Moon located in Uganda, the Pearl.
My name is Colonel Edith Nakarima Asuzwa. I head the State House Investors Protection Unit established by His Excellency Retired General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal is a digital platform that empowers investors to get authentic information, make inquiries, report, verify, and receive feedback. The Electronic Investors Protection Portal serves all existing and prospective investors, both domestic and foreign, as well as the general public, through enabling whistleblowers to report any concerns about investing in Uganda. The electronic portal guides investors with important and necessary information on investing in Uganda. It also offers a quick reporting and enforcement mechanism while ensuring real-time feedback. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal gives you access to authentic information and resources that are designed to help you make informed investment decisions and avoid common pitfalls.